Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is the 5th day of October, the 8th month. It is 2025 on the ancient moon calendar, 2026 on the ancient sun calendar. It's 5786 now on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar. And Happy New Year to our Hebrew Israelite brothers and sisters. It is 10,066, it's about to be 10,067 on the ancient Yoruba calendar. So we have New Year's coming up for our Yoruba brothers and sisters as well. And it is millions and millions and trillions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar. Islam. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3 Moorish Amerikan Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Aqquisitionne Pauline Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellationist, light to Jiri Bay, all are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the one and only lawful and legal natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Moroccan empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action, and our system is the trustee. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. We are not at war. We are not at war. And we are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. First, we will to state happy, happy, happy full moon to this Holy Congress. The full moon is tomorrow, and but we're already fully in the energy of the full moon, as it usually begins a few days before the full moon, and then it changes and transitions a few days after the full moon. Islam. Another thing we will to share our screen and make note of is this previous Friday, the great Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey and the great matriarch Empress Nyla Gilliam gave a presentment at House of Reawakening Minds, and for that we are grateful. It was a beautiful presentment, and we'll have a quick discussion about that briefly, because there's some things that we as I know as a Congress we will to clarify Islam. But before we speak about that, let us discuss briefly that the acting company is closed. Now remember, They were closed in 1933 and 1871, and it's not even a real thing. It's an acting company. Okay. But they're closed. Been closed. But they keep saying enacting being closed because we keep saying you're closed. Now, this Congress, listen, who is it that prints the fiat? Who prints the fiat?
A private corporation is one.
The one that's closed. Shut down. What does that mean? That means the fiat is not valid. What else does that mean? And this is actually kind of going to bring us to the discussion that the Grand Sheik and Empress Nyala Gilliam spoke about on Friday. If a company issues you, let's just use this as an example. If a grocery store, if Toys R Us gave you a coupon for toys, for free toys, and then they close, can you still get the free toys?
Absolutely not.
No. The voucher's no good. It's no good.
Islam. I'd like to point out
we have something in its place. So all of those who have done delirium demonstrations, do them again. Because, see, we had to do the demonstrations and tell them how it was going to work. And now that we've put the law on the record on how delirium works, now we go and do those demonstrations again. Or we use our negotiable instrument or non-negotiable instrument. Yeah, you can't still go to a place that don't even exist. If Toys R Us gave you vouchers for toys, and you can't go there to a closed building and they're not even there, and you still talking about you want your toys. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that.
Islam, this is Tonas Al-Jabe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can barely hear you, Justice Tonas. It sounds really like light and like you're far away.
Okay. That was quite an interesting talk. I do like, he basically made the analogy that the spell has broken. The mask fell off. The dog went behind the curtain, and the little guy back there pulling the strings has been shown now. And a bunch of people are realizing it now. So, and I also want to point out that that instrument never was worth anything. We were just under a spell where we thought it was. So
yeah. Now
we can, as you said, we already have our own money. We should have done that in the first place. If you're sovereign, you're supposed to have your own money. Well, we're learning. So, but this is a great time right now. We're getting to see the change, and we're getting to see the change that we wanted to see. So here it is. We've been talking it the whole time. Oh, it's going to change it. Here it is now. And you can tell they hate it because they keep trying to interrupt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, thank you, Empress.
Islam.
I got to go.
Yeah, Islam. You know, the only reason that we thought that they were real was because of records, quote unquote, and they weren't really records, but drafts of records that we saw. That's why we thought they were real, because we read stuff. That's why they gave us those books in black ink. So we could read it and be like, oh, wow, they are the government, which they are not. But whoever wrote the books gets to tell the story. whoever does the recording gets to record their records the way they will. So the more, and I already know that this is directly related to the unification of our recording system. I know that it's directly related to that, Because when we come into oneness, no matter what the dimension is, when we come into oneness, we cannot be, no one can rebut that. So, you know, there's a story here about extinguishing all hope. Statue of Liberty could close down amid government. That's not the real one anyway. The Statue of Liberty don't even look like that. So that's really not a Statue of Liberty. But I digress. We were speaking about the great Chief Taj and their presentment on Friday. And here I'll just move this over. Because see, anytime the issue of money comes up, delarium comes up as well. Someone in the chat, we saw that Empress Shasha made some statements in the chat, and we made some statements in the chat. But the one thing we cannot overlook is where one of the Moors in the chat here stated, indeed, 100% yes, and he was talking about delarium because he mentioned delarium earlier. Yes, we can. I took mine to court twice, and they respected my statement. So we can't keep overlooking that people are stating that delarium works for them when they stand on who they are. And, you know, we do take a little bit of an issue, and it's not really an issue, it's an addendum to what the great Sheikh talked about when he presented some articles of money, I can't say whether it's real money or not because we didn't create it. So to us, it's not real unless we create it, because that's what we do. But he presented some articles of money, a gold coin, and a certificate of gold or a certificate of silver. And we get that what we have seen is not money, but we would add to what he's saying that for us, we have chosen that real money be what we create only. And the reason that we're saying what we're saying about money is that, well, there's several reasons why we say what we say about nothing is money unless we create it. Because think about this, Moors, and this is, again, in alignment with our system. We have the longest standing treaty on record. On record. Well, what was the first year of the treaty? Anyone? What was the first year of the treaty? Congress. The Treaty for Peace and Friendship. What was the first year of that treaty? Huh?
1787?
1786. 1786. Well, 1786, that treaty is a commercial instrument. It's a commercial instrument. It's about merchants and about how things are to go when vessels are on the sea. That's mercantilism. That's commerce. And they're moving their goods back and forth. It's a commercial. Well, the Coinage Act was when? Congress. When was the Coinage Act?
Islam. Was it 1792?
Yes. You Congress, y'all better know this stuff. You better know it. It was 1792 in Restorationne, yes. That was after 1786. So we were doing commerce even before that. What were we doing commerce with? Stuff we created. Think about that. Islam nobility.
Also, I'd like to add that since the so-called piece of paper that we're calling a dollar, which is not Wakampala or a, is a representation of value, different people have different tribes have different value. So, of course, they may have their own way of expressing that. I mean, we've used everything from puka shells to the tally stick as what you call money. So I think the best thing about this whole thing is that since that representation really is up to us, if we change our mind and say the green piece of paper no longer is of value, but dollarium is, and we're all in agreement, the same value still happens. You understand what I'm saying? You still can get what you want by handing this over. It doesn't matter what the instrumentation is because it's representing gold or silver. That's what we call value, or whatever else we agree upon. So since people have different valuations, a different tribe may have a different form of what we call money. And remember, we're using that term loosely.
Well, we as nations must agree, though. See, that's the thing. We must agree on one. Because, see, when we supposedly agreed on fiat, that's what gave it what it had. Is we had to agree on it, not anybody else. We had to agree on that. So now we are agreeing. This Congress has agreed that dollarium is our money. Now we just have to have others agree too that dollarium, because it came from us, and we don't see anything else that came from us out there that
Islam.
had widespread usage. Islam.
Would you say, by the way, I like your colors.
Thank you, nobility.
Would you say the dollarium is part of the negotiable instruments, or is that a dead system?
So here is the beauty of dollarium. Dollarium is whatever we say it is.
Yeah.
It could be
if we say it's that, it's going to be that. And see, dollarium, because it's paper, because it's natural fibers, we can say it's whatever we will for it to be. It can be a voucher. If the situation calls for a voucher, we can use it as that. And then turn right around and use that same dollarium as money because we coined it as money. See, I think that the issue is the definition of the words coin and the words tender among the nations. I think that's the issue. In fact, I know it is. But it can be whatever we will for it to be. So, Justice Willie, if you decide that you want to go into a contract with another sovereign, and you all agree that dollarium in your contracting is a negotiable instrument, then that's what it is for that contract.
Okay, so that means is it limited to Moors with Moors, or does it take in consideration the outside world, so to speak?
The subjects. They're not outside of us. Our subjects are not outside of us. See, we can get, as long as, Justice Willie, the signature on it is a wet ink signature by a sovereign, then they can use it. There's no, because remember, Justice Willie, that stuff that we were calling money had 2 black signatures on it.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as those 2 black signatures, number 1, were black, were done by black persons, that's number 1, and number 2, were not wet ink.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3, the note had to specify that it's a debt note, which it did. It had a statement on there. Then we agreed to use it, then okay. But we've stated now, no, that's not money. We're not going to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. If we really think about what has happened since this Congress decided what all the things we've decided, we don't have to use it. And even the subjects are saying we don't have to use it. That's what a shutdown is.
Mm-hmm.
A shutdown is, okay, Morris, get your agreements, which is affidavits, on how delarium is used at these different places. Take it to them and say, this is how you're going to do business now. And here's the thing. All the subjects who have saved up their fiat and all of that, once their fiat is gone, no more. They have to start using what we use. And this is the key to that once the fiat is gone piece. It's already really gone. And even the ones that were previously acting as Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Donald Trump, all theirs is gone too. They're just not saying anything because they don't want everybody to panic. But their stuff is gone just like Trump's stuff is gone. They have to use what we say use.
But how do you enforce that?
Easy. You do it by system first. That's why we had to put the system in place. So all that's in the system is converted to that. All that's in the system is converted to that. And it's not even a conversion. Well, Christians get converted. They get converted. That's what the word convert is all about. Theirs gets converted. The sovereigns must put theirs in there. Now, that's why the Negro, Black, Colored, and African American is so scared right now. Because they're thinking all their little fiat gonna be gone and they're gonna be poverty stricken while the pale ones, the paleoliths, continue to prosper because they're looking at it from a black perspective. If you look at it from a black perspective, that's true. They must declare their nationality. And here's the thing, even the paleoliths are going to tell them that they have to declare because we've already said it. See, they can mimic what we say. They can do that. Once we say it and put it on the record, they have to say it. So everybody who has saved up their fiat, listen, my consort is one of those. Plenty of that stuff set aside. It has to be changed, though. We cannot be thinking that stuff is valid. It's not, because the ones who printed it are shut down.
But they're moving over to digital currency, and without the ID now, they're telling you that they're shutting down banks. They shut down 83 million accounts in Vietnam for people who refuse to get it.
Yes, that is exactly what's supposed to happen. Look at that with duality in mind, nobility. They want to recontract so that they can continue existing. Those who stand and say no because of we are who we are, because listen, everybody who signs up for their stuff is going to be poverty stricken. I don't care who you are, because they're gathering up. This is what we told them, nobility. gather up your debt and get off the land. That's what we told them. So that's what they're doing. And everybody who agrees to be a part of a debt system is going with them. But see, what we did was we put some measures in place, like a Christian protectorate, so that the Moors that think they're Christians can have some time to wake up. And with a Christian protectorate in place over the Christians, those who are leading the Christians will give them the right words to say. That's how that's going to work. So those who sign up for that, remember, it's a perpetual contract that you're signing up for. They're saying it's forever, and they will make it seem like it's forever by keeping adding on. I don't care how much you got. They can always write a number higher than what you got and tell you owe it. So you must stand and be who you are, and that's where the real abundance comes in at. Because once they're already off the land. They telling you they shut down. A shutdown is a shutdown. A shutdown is they don't own anything, they don't run anything, they don't govern anything. That means they can't issue anything.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, nobility. Great to hear your voice, Justice Malik.
This is Chief Justice Malik Kourte. I was just wondering if any of the rest of the Congress has paid attention to the Declaration of Authority and summons that the actor in the office of president just released a few days ago.
We didn't, but it's probably a draft that we probably should put on the public record, restate and put on the public record.
Well, I was bringing it up because I think he was sending a message to the Moors, and they speak in code oftentimes.
Yeah. But
we're the only Aboriginals and the only sovereigns on the land, so I think he was putting it out there to the rest of the world as about our ascension and our us being back on the land.
Does it mention Aboriginals and sovereigns?
Yes.
Oh.
In a couple of the, you can pull it up as a matter of fact. It'd be good to go over.
Okay.
At some point.
Islam. We'll have to do that. Thank you, Justice Malik. Thank you for being our eyes and ears out there. That's what this Congress is for. Islam. See, again, they're just doing what we told them to do. Shut down, be quiet, do what you're supposed to do, and then get in subject status and be in subject status. Now, who among us does not think that that's what they're doing? They're doing exactly what we tell them to do. That's not something they would have done otherwise. Nobody volunteers to just shut down and not do anything when that's been their livelihood. So about that money thing, we were using money long before any of those things came into being anyway. And then too, the gold and silver rounds and certificates, this is another reason why we kind of differ, not differ, but what we'll say is, because he's sovereign, Grand Sheik is sovereign. So if he says that that's money for him, then that's money for him. What we say is that we don't believe in scarcity. And how many people in this Congress have those instruments that he was showing in abundance? Let me put it that way. How many have those instruments in abundance? Because we're supposed to have it in as much as we can make, as much as we can create. We shouldn't have to go to somebody else to get it. That's the addendum, we're not disagreeing with him. We're just saying for us and for our palaces, we believe in abundance, and we're going to do it this way. He is free to do it that way. After all, he's the Grand Sheik. He can do whatever he want to do. We don't disagree with that. We're going to do it this way because we don't believe in scarcity. And along those same lines, we're not going to go out and get a job to try and contract with inferior systems to get more of that stuff. We're not doing it. Point blank, period. Not doing it. When we can just produce our own. And we're not mad at people with jobs. If you want to have a job, look, you're sovereign. Go get a job if that's what you want to do. We're not going to do it because and this is just from our perspective. This is just our perspective. To even go and get one knowing what we know, that we can produce everything ourselves. Why would we do that? Why? We wouldn't. We're going to continue moving forward with our system. We see already that it's the only system. If they're shut down, and they are, been shut down, we've always been the only system, but now for those who needed to see it with their eyes, we are the only system. So now, with regard to the Constitution, because that's what people stand on when they talk about gold and silver coin in tender of payment of debt. This Congress has the authority, and we've already done it, to rewrite that sentence and change the definition of the word coin. See, dollarium is gold coin. We coined it as gold, equal to gold, because it's got our wet ink energy on it. The word coin means to create.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, Justice Malik.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but something came to me the other day about the coin.
Mm-hmm.
Not only do we transfer our fingerprint, but our DNA is also transferred to that instrument.
Yes.
So our DNA.
Now tell me that's not coin in gold.
Yes, that's my point exactly.
Justice Malik, Islam, wow, you got fire coming from your. Wow. Yes. Anything with our genetics on it, our ONA on it, that's better than gold. That's rare earth. Rare earth minerals and elements. Elements to be exact. The mental of God is an element. So, and then to tender the gold coin, that which is coined as gold or created as gold, which dollarium is created as gold, to tender that is to give. In exchange for. So those are our addendums, additions to what the Grand Sheik stated. He and those who hear him he's always broken spells and cast great spells and all of that, and he will continue to do that for us. That's the one area where we say this is our money, and those who will to use that as money use it, and we will even honor it in our exchanges. But ultimately, after a while, Dollarium is going to have to be for them the means of exchange. The ancestors have stated that we don't have to go out there, because we were thinking about this too, and we got our shovels and was ready to go out and dig up some gold if that's what it took. The ancestors said it don't even take that. It doesn't even take that, because ultimately we're the gold. And we don't need to be digging up the earth like that, even though we could. It's not necessary for us to go out there and use our energy to dig up the earth when we should be governing the estate. So just call it gold and let it be. The earth is filled with gold, starting with us. Let it be. Call it gold. Call Dollarium gold and let it be. Those are gold receipts. That's what we call them. The receipt for the gold means you have the gold already, because you are the gold, Moors. And just continue to enforce it. Continue to enforce that. That's all we have to do. To say to anyone who's expecting that from you, and we're getting tests like that as well, where checks are coming and we're having to cancel them, not cash them. This time around, we're saying, okay, I'm not going to cash this. I'm going to cancel it, and I'm going to put I'm going to send a check that I create. Same amount or more if I choose to. And you put that in there. Don't put this one in. Put that one in. We're going to put our money where our mouth is. We already know it's done because it's been done before. We've done it before. We've done it continuously before. And netted 10 million like that. Just quickly, like that. We're just learning, teaching our system how to use it. But that came from us. That didn't come from anywhere else. It came from us first. It has to come from us first. So with that being stated, are there any questions, comments, wisdom about the system being ours and continuing to record, because that's the key. And listen, one generation from now, just one generation from now, with all this recording going on, they're not going to know any other government but us. Think about that. They're not going to know any other government but us.
Islam.
We can barely hear you, Justice Tonis. Every time you speak, someone puts in the chat that they can't hear you. But go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep it short.
If you'll just yell, that'd be great.
Is this better?
That's better. That's a little bit better.
Okay. All right. So I think that we will do fine at this system. Yes, we don't know what to do. We haven't done this before, but we're learning from their mistakes. So, and their whole system was a mistake. So we can't do any worse than that. My vote is to keep everything transparent and easy. We don't have to do what they did. That's the beauty of this whole thing. Also, about Taj's performance Friday. I think the best part of that whole thing was his description of Bitcoin, calling it
yeah.
instrumentality that you can't hold in your hand with an artificial claim of authority to give it value.
Yeah.
That is genius, and it perfectly describes one of the deceptions that we are all under.
Yeah.
So as we break those deceptions, you get cranky when you first wake up. So I understand that, but let's not let it stop us. The doubt is vanishing as we take the action now. So I'm proud of every one of you. This is history, and I'm so grateful to be a part of this, because I could have been just like everybody else and said, that ain't true, and watched the football game, but I didn't, and you didn't either. So thank you. And
Islam.
thank you you look great, by the way. Purple rocks for you. You really have, I can't thank you enough for some of the things you awakened in me and made me aware of. When you said work at your own level, that's you set me on fire. Thank you. So
Islam, you're welcome, nobility. Our nation deserves your energy.
Well, let's. I'm gonna die at some point, so I'm trying to get that in the youth, because they're the ones who are gonna teach everything. Okay?
Islam.
You should.
Only at your word, Islam.
Islam.
So we don't disagree with the great Sheikh. We just say that for us. We say that for him, that's what it is for him. For us, we choose our own money because it's in abundance. And, we're definitely not going, not one day where scarcity is concerned. We're not willing to do that, So with that being stated,
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Hi, peace and great grand rising, and welcome forward.
Yes, indeed, Islam.
Great to see you, Empress. I'm constantly trying to do my demonstrations, on top of it. I have a brief question, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's regarding to the levy. As I was looking at your sample, the one that you have restated or recreated,
which one?
I see the latest levy.
Oh,
the latest one you have displayed, right? Yeah. Now I see where it says the secured creditor, and then it says fiduciary trustee, secure creditor bond, and you have the number there, the 002025923 number right there. But on the document itself, it says see creditor bond. So now I'm confused as to the numbers, because I know that when it comes to the bond number is the birth certificate number. So being that I see you have the corporation number there, I'm wondering, which number it is. Is it the corporation number required, or is it your bond number?
So that is an internal revenue document. So we as internal revenue remove the corporate covering off of the whatever it is, the goods, the services, the property, whatever it is. So we restate the number that they were operating by, and we levy the property back to the people.
Right.
So that's what the internal revenue was really supposed to be doing. It was supposed to be giving stuff back to the people. Right. So that number, it's the same sequence of numbers, but it's a different number altogether, because if you'll notice, EINs, quote unquote, have minus signs in them, making them a math problem. And and every EIN is the answer will be a negative number, a huge negative number.
Right.
Every EIN. There's not a single EIN out there where the number will not be a huge negative number. There might be one or two, but nah. Yeah. So that's why we do that.
Okay, so which number actually is supposed to go there? The number from your birth certificate bond, because it's saying creditor bond, or is it the EIN number?
So the creditor is the people, not just me. So that's why I don't use my number. The creditor is the people, all of us. So from an internal revenue perspective, I use the United States for America number as the creditor number.
Okay, Empress.
Yeah, because that's not a personal levy. It's a governmental levy.
Right.
Yeah.
So if it was personal, which number would you use?
If it was personal, then the number that I would have used would be a restated quote unquote Social Security number.
Okay.
So it would be our sovereign number.
Okay. Like for example, if you're gonna do the levy on let's say a conveyance deal or a domicile, you would use your Social Security, so to speak, Social Security. Okay, got you.
The restated one, so the sovereign security number. Yeah, definitely. In blue ink.
That's how I got it. I wanted to confirm with you first so I make sure that I'm doing the right thing.
Yes, you are.
Yes, Empress. Thank you so much. Gratitude. Enough love and respect, Empress. And good to see you again. Great
to see you as well, Nobility, and great to hear your voice.
Likewise, Empress. I appreciate it.
So, with this being the full moon time here, the energies in our favor are high. So this would be a great time to do your records and be perfecting the things that you're doing, Islam. Today, tomorrow, and Tuesday would be our 3-day fast that we do as a nation, and you can fast however you will, however you feel comfortable. If you're fasting from meat or sugar or caffeine or anything, or bad energy, or fasting from negativity, or whatever the case may be, we encourage you to do a food fast of some kind, even if it's just one item, fast from meat, or just one item, or fast from food altogether, which we do that often, because these temples, it's important that the temple be as let's see, clean is a good word, clear is a better word, because did you know the more alkaline we are, things can pass through quickly. Things pass through us. That means that the words from the spirit realm it comes out of us with less resistance. With that being stated, and that's not to say that people who don't fast have greater resistance, but they have greater issues to worry about that keep them distracted from hearing the spirit. So with that being stated, did you all know that next year is the 70th year restoration ceremony for the Moorish American Consular Courts? Because they were supposedly, quote unquote, shut down. Supposedly. That just means they went off stage, I guess is what you could say. meaning they never went anywhere. They really were. We've always been here. But the full restoration of our court, we celebrate that next year. I'm looking forward to the day when we can all come together. And I know we can do it. I know we can do it next year using Delarium. I know we can, just based on the things we just stated. I know we can come together next year.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
What month next year would that be?
Well, the Congress can decide.
Okay.
That's not something that I'm willing to, because I'm biased on certain months, so don't ask me.
Okay.
But I would suggest mid to later in the physical year, in the civic year.
Okay.
So somewhere between August and October.
Okay, Empress. Somewhere
around there. Yeah. But listen, we want to do it using our money system, whether that be using negotiable instruments to get flights in or whatever it is, you know. And then we have to decide where it's going to be. I'm not going to make that decision either because I'm biased, and I may not, you know, the ancestors have us doing things now that, you know, so let's think about it.
That one really took me just now. That one really sank deep just now, Empress.
What's that?
And about that gathering that you just mentioned next year coming. And there's a reason why that one just sat with me so hard and long. And I know that whenever we get the opportunity to speak in person, I'm going to tell you why, Empress. I'm going to remind you of this day and time, and I'm going to tell you why this is sit with me. That is going to be a special day, Empress.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we will to use our instruments to do it. I told the ancestors that that's the way for us to come together. Use our instruments to do it. And now is the time, because we have the record system in place. We're putting it in place now, that where we can prove that we have the system that moves money around. And how we do that is up to us. We've already stated how it happens. We've done demonstrations on flights. We've done demonstrations on everything. We've done demonstrations on all kinds of things.
Empress, looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Enough love and respect, Empress. Gratitude.
You know, when we started doing the demonstrations, we knew that was not the time, but now we're feeling in our spirit that in the next 365 days is the time. Within that time period, whether that be tomorrow or 3 months or however, we can use our money and our money system, because the other thing is shut down, been shut down. Justice Malik, what was the name of that document that you spoke about?
It was the Declaration of Authority and Summons.
Declaration of what and summons? Authority and summons. Okay.
Yes.
Now, y'all know what a summons is. That means come to court.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
You look great. I join in to say that you look great today.
Thank you,
Yes, you're welcome. I saw that document as well, and it was interesting that His Majesty was mentioned. Oh, there was another thing. It mentioned doing things, like you said, that he was instructed to do.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of information in there that I like I told someone, if it's not true that he didn't put it out, everything in it is true. Islam.
Oh, is it? Wait a minute. What am I looking at? What color is this ink? Okay. Article 2, lawful command under the UCMJ. That's the military, quote unquote, body of law. Subject to such orders, including the command to assemble,
Islam Empress.
Mm-hmm.
You see where it says from ancient
yeah, I see
precedent
right
to
there.
modern practice? Well,
Yeah.
we're the only ancient people, so they have to be talking to, the indigenous people.
Islam. Let me show formally recognize and reaffirm allegiance to the Constitutional Republic of the United States of America. Oh, okay. Well, they're saying this assembly shall formally recognize and reaffirm allegiance to the Constitutional Republic of the United States of America. Upon this recognition, all military outposts and operations abroad that were established under British Commonwealth or foreign dominion shall be lawfully closed or transferred, securing America's independence in full. This order is issued in fulfillment of the sacred duty to uphold the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the sovereignty of the Republic. All officers are bound by oath, honor, and law to obey. And this okay, Islam nobility.
Yes, I saw it there when you first started reading. Go back up. They had, I'm trying to find it. They have for America instead of.
Oh, right here in the first sentence, by authority vested in the President of the United States for America.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's a good catch, nobility. That's a good catch. Because now we can see how they have to do what we tell them to do, and they have to say it.
Yes, sir.
So this is not him. This is us. By authority vested in the President of the United States for America. That's us. But he's writing it in the way that he knows how to write it. Islam, Justice Nato.
Scroll down to paragraph 3 at the bottom, where it says of America. Let's see, 3 here in the Constitutional Republic of the United States of America. Now, of is, from my understanding, means corporation. Is that not a fact?
It's not a corporation because it's not written in all capital letters. And see, even the title of it is not in capital letters. So he's talking about the republic. He's not talking about capitalism.
Okay. Islam, are you?
Corporations are capitalism.
Correct.
All right.
Thank you. I yield.
Islam. So these things we must know so that we know exactly what's being stated here or said here. He's saying they're under the Constitution is what he's saying. Them separately, each one individually is not sovereign. Together, as subjects, they can, do things and have businesses and stuff like that, but they're not, they don't supersede or usurp or any of that. None of that is happening here. Okay? That's interesting. And again, he's not talking to us, so this is not for us, this is for them. And that's why it's under military code, not anything else. Military code is strict. The UCMJ, if you've ever read the Uniform Code of Military Justice, if you've ever read that, and I have read some of it, because I was in the Air Force at one time in my sleep, it's very strict. Very strict. That means that everybody under him is going to have to do what he says. And if they don't, they could even get so far as to lose their life for not doing it. Because they are under military law, rules. But you got to know who put them there. We did that. They have to have a leader. We said that already. They have to have a leader because every one of them is foreign. And he's saying, okay, you're not under British or foreign anything. You're under the United States for America. And he said it at the beginning, so he shouldn't have to say it later on down the line. But again, they're doing what we told them to do. A summons means that somebody is coming to court. That's what that means. So that's an interesting document there. So with the 70-year restoration ceremony for the consular courts, oh wow, look at that. Our courts and a summons was issued. That's not a coincidence. 70th year restoration ceremony. How many of you would feel comfortable with subjects coming to your court? How many of you would feel comfortable with subjects coming to your court?
Islam, I would.
Huh? You what?
I said Islam, I would.
Well, Empress Angel, they come to your court all the time. You just have to make sure you manage them, you govern them. Because they can't tell you what to do in your personal affairs. You have to do that.
Islam, I think I would love that.
And see, anybody who says Islam to that, your own personal affairs have to be in order. First, that's how you show you're ready. And this is for everyone. You've governed your own personal affairs to where they do exactly what you tell them to do. Because you've governed everything properly. It's easy to say that I'm good with them coming, but they come all the time. Moors, in your personal affairs, they come. They've been coming. What are you doing about that? Are you governing that the right way. Because it's got to happen for you first. They come all the time. Y'all know that. They come all the time. And that's where you handle them. Because it's easy to say it on this Congress, but then look at your personal affairs, Moors. How are your personal affairs being handled? Come on now. We gotta rip that thing off. We gotta rip that thing off and be real about this. We gotta be. Because that's where we are now. It's easy to say that. But those personal affairs tell the tale. You have to stay doing what you're doing at all times. At all times. I'm having to do it here where, things are coming in. I'm having to say, I don't want your fiat. I want this. This is how it's going to go. This is how this is going to be handled. Have to do it. They come to our courts all the time. We have to govern that. Anybody can say it. Anybody can say it. We have to do it. And that's one thing about even this Congress. When we first started this Congress, we found out early on as we were watching out, like looking at people online and looking at what was being put out there, that the ancestors are not going to let anybody get out here on the public record and be talking about things and not do it. We actually have to do it. They just don't let us get out here and make a bunch of videos telling people what to do if we're not doing it ourselves. They don't let that continue. And everybody that I know of that was making videos, but they weren't living what they're saying, eventually they stopped making them. Because what you say, you're going to be tested on. And that's not a bad thing. We have to actually just do it. That's not a bad thing. We have to just move the way that we know to move. Being ourselves the whole time. We have to. And not let corporations sling us and sling our heirs around and sling our consorts around and just sling all the stuff around and got all stuff out of place. No. No, that's not what happens. That's not how this works. That's not how things go. We govern the stuff. So I know Islam Empress.
Grand Rising Empress, Grand Rising Congress. I appreciate what you're putting forth because I had a question about this, in fact. So here's the question that I am trying to clarify, which is, so we govern offices, okay? So as the government, we are the executive, the judicial, and the legislative, which is currency or species, right? Yeah. So we govern the executive. We govern offices. So subjects in the office of sheriff, for example, or subjects in the office of mayor, we govern that office, right? Yes. Right? And then we also govern the offices of corporations, per se. Let's say a utilities company, a phone company. We are those offices as well. Now, with the offices for corporations, we are the authority to grant the permission to do commerce on the land.
No, not as corporations. Not as corporations. They are doing business. They didn't come here as corporations. They came here to do business with the people. And people don't do business with corpses.
Okay. Yeah.
So we had to remove that corporate covering off of our resources. Now, when you're talking about corporations, all they were doing was acting like the office that governs the resources.
Okay. Yes.
Not court. You know, it wasn't supposed to be a war situation and all of that.
Yeah.
And warring against the people. No.
Okay. So we govern the office of the president for that resource, that nationalized resource. Okay.
Yes.
And so we are the authority to permit them to do commerce on the land.
Yes.
Right? We are the permitting authority in that.
Yes.
My question is, with like the office of the mayor, is there any permitting authority that we need to do for those offices as well? I had a question because I was thinking them as similar, like they're both of them were enacting being corporations in effect. So my question was, what is the difference about how we govern those resources?
The difference between us governing the resources directly is that we have to issue the work permit for them to do it, and the occupancy for them to be in the building. Like I had to do that for the post office, and when I did it for the post office, no problems.
Okay.
You know, I wasn't having problems before that, but things really smoothed out when I issued. Cause see, that's what they're all waiting for. Is permission to work peacefully for us. So what we told them too is that you're going to arrest anyone pretending to be a corpse. That's what we told them. We issued an arrest warrant, didn't we? For all corpses. That's why he's calling military in. Anybody that don't want, and he's telling them subject. That's what he's telling them. He's doing what we told him, and he's not doing it in capital letters. They know what that means. So that includes the utility company. And here's the thing, they're shut down anyway as a corporation. That thing is done. It's finished. So he couldn't issue this until after the corpse actors were really shut down. And all the corpses did, Empress, and we thank you for this, is record things.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. We thank you.
Yes, gratitude.
For bringing it all together.
Yes.
Because we're seeing all of this once we presented that everything in one place situation and everything uniform or universal rather.
Universal.
Now we're seeing all at once everything in alignment. We saw it before, but now look. They're literally telling the truth.
I affirm. In this past strong, there was, a clarity. I realized that, everything has come, maybe for where I am in the process, everything came to a state of equilibrium. It balanced. You know what I mean? The lawful was reflected by the legal. Everything, was in equilibrium. And I'm so grateful to the Grand Sheik, because, we walk in his footsteps in so many ways. It's so easy because he's already walked this path, and it's wonderful to the holder in due course law and energy was so perfect because it was what the subjects needed to know legally that completely reflected the lawful, right? And that was just such a beautiful synergy, and their energy just calmed down. As soon as they heard it legally, it was like, okay, I get it now. And I was like, well, and it reminded me of at an earlier Congress, you stating that, the treaty in peace and friendship is kind of a high vibration for them. Most subjects can't function at that level. The Constitution is for the subjects. You know what I mean? Because it's talking about commerce. It's about the legal, how they are to do commerce on the land. And so that is really where they're interacting, where the connection is, the connective piece where the commands really go through. So I yield. Gratitude, Empress. Gratitude, Congress.
Empress and Moors, the Great Sheik titled his presentment Parallel Lines. I had written this right here before he titled this, because I write my the things that we're going to discuss, the agenda. I write it out beforehand. And I wrote this out like a week and a half before, in looking forward to Congress. But with parallel lines, legal and lawful must parallel. They run parallel. See, we thought we had to be parallel with the subjects. No. The legal and the lawful are speaking together now. That's why we send out the lawful affidavit with every legal document that goes out, because they run parallel. That's how the sovereigns can be sovereign and the subjects can be subjects. And see, think about this, Moors. For the last 100 years, almost, it's coming up on 100 years. It's about 98 years, 97 years. For the last 97 years at least, the Moors had the lawful and didn't have the legal. And that's why when most of us first woke up, the Moors were doing lawful documents and taking them down to quote unquote legal courts, saying they're the sovereigns and this is their land and this and that and this and that. That's true in the lawful, but the legal can't even recognize the lawful because the legal was operating as corpses. Fake judges were operating as corpses. They're blind. They can't see the lawful. We had to raise them from the dead. And that declaration of authority and summons is saying they're awake. Because ultimately, they're awake and they're subject, because the word subject was in there a couple of times. We had to know that their legal system, quote unquote, was not where we were supposed to be floundering and lounging in. That wasn't for us. That was for them. We had to create a legal system for them. And we've done that. The legal that we do, they can use it too, to a degree, but we govern it. Why? Because we're the judges in all of this. And the judges in every state are under our authority. So the key was to create the legal processes and then hand the processes to them. Give them a way to do it that is not in all capital letters. Including the money. Because when we sign our autographs on the delarium, usually we sign it in all lowercase letters, but we can, if we're doing it with subjects in blue, in capitis diminutio minima, like they taught us in the schools. First letter capitalized, the rest of the letters lowercase. Never in all. We don't even know how to sign a signature in all capital letters because we're not supposed to know how to do that. And black ink.
Islam, Empress.
Islam, Empress.
I would like you to confirm or affirm or clarify something for me.
Mm-hmm.
You stated that the judges, now my question is, are they judges or are they subjects in the judges' offices?
Subjects in the judges' offices. Thank you, Empress.
Thank you, Islam.
Well, but wait a minute. Let me say this too, Empress, because I've been thinking about this. There are some who claim tribal nationalities. A tribe is not a nation. A tribe is a tribe.
Correct.
So some of the Moors are claiming tribal. They have some authority, but ultimately the tribes are the ones that were on the reservations. So they could do a little self-governing in there, but not over the whole land,
but
like we do.
Right, and weren't they under the corporation, which we've removed now, but they were actually subject, to the corporation?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So with the tribes, as long as there's no war, we don't interfere. Because that's really how all of this came about. As long as there's no war with the Moors, then there's no interference by other energies.
Okay, and I was really just seeing what I was seeing from my own perspective was the creatures pretending to be.
Yeah, they're completely, and they're completely under our authority, completely, just like that declaration of authority and summons.
Right, and so from my perspective, them would be referred to as subjects in judges.
They still don't have any titles. He's still not the president. We're the president.
Right,
like
and
I recognize. And he's basically saying that, but
exactly. If you read, when you sort of pull it apart.
If you can read.
Right. And in fact, I had seen that document or parts
of
it.
Yeah.
And, but yes, I wanted to have that clarification for my own self, because in my mind, I'm like, no, you're not. But, and also, as Empress Annagel just brought up made her statement with regard to mayor's offices and those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
And here, it's interesting because and they've all been leaned, the municipal corporations, so there were parish, other funny mirror, corporate, municipal
actors,
right.
Yeah.
And they had overlain the parish councils.
Yes.
And that's what they had done not so long ago. And so those were the places that it was just bringing up certain things that I have been looking at my own self for the territory, and I just wanted to make sure that we were all, or I was clear.
So Empress, whoever is the subject in that office, if you don't want that subject in the office and you just want to govern it yourself from there, you can. You can just but it's best to have subjects in that office so you don't have to do all that work. And then when you see something, and this is how we do it here, if we see something that needs to be addressed, we address it, and then we notify the subjects in the office of, and then they fix it, or they show that it's been fixed, rather, because we fix it with our words. The way that we do it here at this territory is that if we see something that should be addressed in, at the territory, and it whatever it is falls under mayoral, that office's authority, then we address it and make it say what we will for it to say.
Okay.
And then we notify the subjects in the office of that this is the way it's going to be done.
Okay. That sounds perfect to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We're now, and it sounds simple, but it's really not as simple when it comes to the financial piece, because with the finances, we're now learning, we're remembering how to switch the systems around. So, for example, and this has been our one of our issues. One of the things that this has been one of the things that we're working on right now is that when the subjects, let's say, for example, there's a domicile and someone is due a refund on property taxes or something, we have to state how that's going to be given to them that is in the proper system that they will understand.
Ah, okay.
So we're looking at that right this moment to see how best to do that, so that the system gives them what is necessary.
And interestingly, I'm working on those types of things currently, and with what Empress Annagel had shown us with our recording, and just really looking at how all of those charges, which were paid over the years, and recording, but then how are those going to come back? But recognizing, don't we do the check ourselves, or we do it? But so I think
it's whatever this Congress agrees, or whatever we agree for our territory.
Okay.
I agree with anything, with the majority, the things that are in alignment with what the Congress has done. So that's what we look at, is what's in alignment with what Congress has done thus far.
Okay. Well, I think I'm right there too. So
see, if we send a check though, they have to have a nationalized account to even cash it.
Well, and it's interesting that was a question I've been having. I was really referring to my own, my own domicile and that sort of thing. So myself, but that was a question also, for instance, that was coming to me, because we have our money, and I could give somebody payment for a service, but then if I give them our money, they have to have an account where that money will be received and handled properly.
Yes.
So how do we, how does that piece get put into place?
If it's a service that we will to have right now, you can do barterability, but eventually we're going to have to get over the barter part and use instruments.
That was because I was thinking,
they're going to have to declare who they are.
That's where it's going to have to be.
It has to be that. It has to be that the businesses have to declare who they are, and in reality, that declaration and summons kind of does declare that they're subject.
You know, I was looking at something for my own. I need some roof work on my domicile.
Mm-hmm.
So I was looking, I'm not quite there yet, but looking forward and looking at approaching it by, leaning a company that does that particular work, lien levy bonds, nationalize them, inform, notify them, and then our instruments that we would use. At this point, then once they're nationalized, in order for them to actually move forward, they would have to then get nationalize the bank, get proper bank accounts and those types of things. But they'd have to do that themselves. I mean, I'm seeing in my mind's eye the legacy bank account application that we have, which has for the subjects and for the sovereigns. So would it be for me to present that to them, or
we're gonna have to, Empress, because we got stuff around here too, and we're gonna do it the right way. We're gonna have to do it that way.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense in my mind, in my own mind, but we haven't actually discussed that at Congress as yet. But that's certainly where I'm seeing it. I don't see how else it could go.
Empress, there is a statement that we can put on the Delarium that will clear that all the way up. Okay. I already know what the statement is. The ancestors gave us the statement over this break time. So you know how the fiat has that this is legal tender for all debts, public and private, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
We have a statement that we can put on our Delarium that will fix all of that, and no one can refuse it. No one can refuse it. And then so like with roofing companies and people that are doing things, we would have to get a contract from them and restate the contract the same way we do for everything else. Restate the contract, and I know it's a lot of work, but it's worth it because you could get them coming back however often you needed the service, and you'll never be broke, and you'll always have plenty to pay them, and they'll be happy to get it.
Yeah.
Restate the contract. Let them know they've been lien, levied, and bonded, and they'll know that. They know what that means. That means that they can't use fiat anymore anyway, so they're not going to be able to do any business anyway.
And with everything shut down and the fiat system shut down, I mean, it's going to trickle everywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have to do it. We have to do the work. It's paperwork. We can do it to get the other work done.
Yeah.
And we have to do that with everything and everyone. They're not going to be able to move anything. They're not going to be able to sell cars. They're not going to be able to sell domiciles, their conveyances, automobiles. They're not going to be able to move anything. Everything's going to grind to a halt, like our prophet said.
Yeah.
And when it starts back up again, it's in our favor. Why? Because we put it there. And we just have to be bold enough to do it.
Correct. And I'm remembering also, probably a couple of months back, or maybe it was July. I can't, I don't quote me on my dates, but the statement was made that the banks are actually ready and have to accept Delarium. If we go in there they have to accept it.
That's true.
That then, even still, the accounts are going
with the contract for establishing the account has to be restated by the Moors.
Yes.
Same thing is the formula is the same. It's not different.
Right.
It has to be. Because, see, if they don't, they got to close. That's what's happening right now. And that's what a shutdown is.
And that's because that's really what happened For them, I mean, for
yeah.
that's it.
When this thing first enacted in the early or the late 1800s and the early 1900s, that's what happened. They were saying if you don't use U.S.debt, you can't stay open.
Correct.
And it was a choice for us, just like the consular court was a choice for us. And then when we chose different, it was different.
Yeah.
We chose that our consular courts and our universal courts would be open. So then guess who opened them and started doing court actions? We did.
Yeah.
And now, again, shut down means shut down. That means every portion of that, everything that has to do with the fiat is shut down. So we get to say how they operate, or else they don't get to operate. And everyone is going to accept Delarium. They're going to accept it.
They'll have to. It's interesting because I saw a document, that Dr. Kia Pruitt had put on YouTube.
Yes.
And it was something that said, she put a list of, or a link to the list of nearly 500 departments and agencies that were being shut down.
Really?
Yeah, man. So
we love Dr. Kia Pruitt. We do love her. That is my sister, I tell you.
It's interesting. The one question I have with and this was, and it's not, it's a question I have in my own mind, that there it seems that some speak as if that even though the system shut down, the Republic is returned, but the Republic will do, like they'll still do for the people. So there's a little confusion. I mean, as subjects, yes, that because we give them commands, but the way I hear it is there's a little bit of
the confusion was on our part. We did not know that we were the government and we were that we had to give them commands. That's where the confusion came in at is we did not know we were giving them commands. We didn't know we were doing that already.
Correct.
With our signature.
Right. And I think, but I wonder if some of that confusion still out there to a certain
Of course it's still out there. Even with some Moors, they don't realize that they're giving commands. And that's why when you signed a bail bond, they said, okay, now we can come get them.
Right.
That's a command.
It's a command.
Or when you sign a mortgage, and you didn't just sign a mortgage, you also signed a loan agreement on top of that.
And many other things, actually, that you...
and a promissory note.
Right.
So you're giving other entities, and then you had the audacity to take the paperwork down to the county and sign a deed. So you're just saying, all y'all have an interest in my stuff. And y'all can do what you gonna do with it.
Exactly. And I'll pay you.
To put me out.
To put you out.
No, we're not. No, we don't mean that.
But that's actually in a nutshell, that is how it was on the other side.
That's how it was. We were giving commands to the negative.
To the negative.
In the negative, in a debtor capacity.
Because, and there you see that social security number,
EIN
number.
Yes, that's why they have dashes in them.
Right, because it's all a negative. It's all minus, minority,
minus. And that's why we have to restate everything.
Yeah.
We're coming from the governmental perspective. Even with our own stuff first, we have to govern our stuff first.
And that piece is a big piece, but it's the piece that must be done first. My vessel must be secure.
Yes.
Because it must be secure.
Yes. And not capitulate.
And not exactly. I mean, that would be cray-cray at this point in time. Hello.
You know what? But you know what? People will say one thing and do something totally different when the rubber meet the road. Sometimes.
That is very true. Under the pressure. Well,
yeah.
Ain't happening.
Because we will all admit, Empress Shasha, all of us, we will admit that when the pressure comes, you do feel some of that energy, or in the past we felt some of that energy.
Of course.
But we still have to be ourselves. We can't capitulate.
That's the thing. Where would you go? Who would you be? What would you do? Now that you know, you cannot unsee. And really the retribution for going the wrong way when you do know.
But you know what? When they slip a welfare form or a bail bond or a disability form or any form, a Social Security form where you may get a check, quote unquote, you'll be surprised at how many people will capitulate.
And you know that is very true. I have had the luck, I should say, to have never really been party to those systems. I've never been able to even look in that direction for assistance, as it were. So I suppose that that does free me a little bit, because I've always had to. It's a sink or swim on Sharon's boat, type of thing. So I get it. I totally get it.
Well, we can't say that.
Yeah.
We had to stand. We had, when it came to benefits and things like that we earned while we were, using our energy in the Air Force and all of that, but we had to restate that at what looked like, we thought, they might stop that from coming, but we still had to stand, and guess what? It kept coming.
It kept coming, and the thing about it is, if you don't stand, and when it was coming, it was a perception that it was coming because it was debt anyway.
We had to turn it into credit.
Right. So it really is knowledge. It's really understanding the two sides of the funny mirror, or, the standing. It's the standing.
Yeah.
That's right. Where do you stand? How do you stand? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's the financial system, quote unquote, was a legal system. Or it underwrote the legal system, let me put it that way. Whoever is issuing the money gets to write the contracts.
That's correct.
And that's where all of our, authority and everything is manifested further.
Yeah.
So we must, the timelines are split, which is great for us. Our word dictates the right timeline.
Yeah.
With all of that, we have to, like you're saying, we have to write the contracts. It's our word. Stories in the funny mirror are on the wrong timeline. We are the right timeline by our word. So our focus is building the empire. I came across a study over this period that really made sense when it comes to what we've gone through. We are not in exile, and we never were, but for the sake of what we've been through, I will too have us take just a moment and look at exile. We are on our own land. We've always been on our own land. What it says is exile or banishment is primarily penal expulsion or punitive. That means it's a punishment, expulsion from one's native country, and secondarily expatriation or prolonged absence from one's homeland. Now listen to this, under either the compulsion of circumstance or the rigors of some high purpose. Ours was the rigors of some high purpose. We agreed to go to sleep, to who we really are, and then wake back up.
Yeah.
It says here usually persons and people suffer exile, but sometimes social entities like institutions, the papacy, or a government are forced from their homeland. In Roman law, exilium denoted both voluntary exile and banishment as a capital punishment. Listen to me, capital letters is a punishment. Alternative to death. And see, for us, capital letters is death. It was corporal punishment, capital punishment rather. Listen to this though, Morris. It says deportation was forced exile and entailed the lifelong loss of citizenship and property. It says relegation, there's those legs again, like legal system, like delegation of authority and all of that, the legs. That's the legs in Allah, all arm, leg, arm, head. That's what Allah is. The legal system is the legs. Relegation was a milder form of deportation which preserved the subject's citizenship and property. Subject. See there? Now listen to this. The term diaspora describes group exile, both voluntary and forced. Now, don't they call them the African diaspora?
That is like the word
yes.
of the day in the funny mirror
yes.
at this territory. They're calling for them, and it's a fiction, it's a fake, that is.
It's trying to take the word of nation and government.
Yes.
It's saying that they're exiled from their own land by their own word. It says government in exile describes a government of a country that has relocated and argues its legitimacy from outside that country. That's what Moors were doing when they went to fake courts. They were arguing their legitimacy. Arguing their legitimacy from outside the land. They were not wrong, they were right. But they could only put themselves on the land. See, the way you do that is, first of all, who you are. Because when you're the government, you got to be on your own land because you can't govern somewhere else. And all of earth is our land. Let's continue. Voluntary exile is often depicted as a form of protest by the person who claims it to avoid persecution and prosecution, such as tax or criminal allegations, an act of shame or repentance, or isolating oneself to be able to devote time to a particular pursuit. According to international law and contemporary use, it was saying denaturalization or depriving a person of their citizenship, and we just crossed those words out and put the right words there. Denationalization or depriving people of their status. Now listen, just know for sure nobody can deprive us of our status. We have to agree to that by not knowing who we are and where we are. By the way the addresses are written as to where we are and where we're going, and that we're the government. Okay, you're on your own land when you're the government. How do you know you're the government? Look at the record. Look at the records. We have 7 years of records that say who we are. And that's just this Congress. There are others who have 40 years of record. the great Chief Tariq Bey, and others. And there are some who have 70 years of record or other. We honor all. Denaturalization does not necessarily result in an individual losing the right of legal residence in the country that revokes their citizenship, but it often does. In other words, the addresses had to change for us to be back on the land. We had to change them because can't nobody else do it. We're the ones who agreed that they be changed in the first place. Modern international law severely limits the circumstances under which a person can be deprived of their citizenship. That's modern international law, and that's why they use the word person in this sentence, because they're talking about modern persons. And I apologize that this is so small. Let's make it a little bigger. As I read this, it says here, for groups, countries which permit, right here, countries which permit the deprivation of citizenship after a criminal conviction for a serious offense include Netherlands, Belgium, and France. Most states only allow the deprivation of citizenship if it will not cause the person to become stateless. And stateless goes all the way back to nationality or naturalization. The subjects are naturalized. We are nationalized. And that's why declaring nationality is so important, because everybody who even got a ticket, a parking ticket, is considered a criminal offense. This is why nationality is so important and why the records are so important, because guess what a ticket is? It's a record.
Islam,
Empress.
Yes, it's a record. And I actually was listening to a Taj Grand Chief lecture, and how he described a ticket. Also, a ticket was a complaint, and that it was a criminal injury, and there was no indictment. I mean, he was just, he was expounding upon the fraud of it all. But a ticket is a complaint, which actually there's no basis for any case or any, all of it just being fraud. But yeah, it was eye-opening, just more levels of learning, more levels of learning.
Well, Empress, a ticket has to be, there has to be a location for that ticket to even happen.
Exactly.
On our own land, who's going to tell us where to park?
Well, and therein line. This
you
is
know what I'm saying?
Traffic court, commerce.
Yes, all of that.
Not it's not legal, it's not lawful, it's not legitimate, it has no standing. But yes, but we have to know. We have to know that Article 4 of the Constitution, Article 1, Section 4, I think it is, or either Article 4 of the Constitution talks about inferior courts as we so deem them to be. So whenever someone pulled us over and we agreed and signed the ticket, that means we agreed that they could hold court. And we also agreed that we were not on the land, but that we were lost at sea. Yeah.
Because it has addresses on it. And then we agreed to be black, because it's got that B on there.
And that's, by virtue of even accepting a license apart from a foreign jurisdiction, entity, everything else, you're gone out at sea in the deep black. Right.
Yes.
Right. That's.
You've exiled yourself.
And ignorance of the law again is no excuse. Which
it's no excuse.
That's why so much effort went into miseducating, but yeah.
There is a question in the chat. It says, and it's from one of the subjects in the Office of Gesture, on January 12, 2025, which doesn't even exist because that's not how dates are written. It says, Pauline promised that everyone on these calls will be receiving a large deposit into their bank accounts in the next few months. Can some of you please tell us all about it and how much you receive with proof, of course? We already did that. We already proved it. Unniversalle proved it. She had to put it in there.
And we don't have anything to prove to them anyway.
And you're right, Justice Tonis, we don't have anything to prove to them anyway. I just thought it was interesting to go ahead and just, we're just proving that to each other. Thank you, Justice Tonis, for that. Because we know they already know who we are, or else they wouldn't keep coming here for years and years and years.
Yeah, it doesn't work, but they're here every week.
Nation in exile. When a large group or occasionally a whole people or nation is exiled, it can be said that that nation is in exile or diaspora. Nations that have been in exile for substantial periods include the Israelites by the Assyrian king Sargon II in 720 BCE, the Judeans who were deported by Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar II in 586 BC. The Judeans deported by Babylon, that was us. Except he didn't do the deporting, we did. And the Jews following the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in AD 70. Jewish prayers include a yearning to return to Jerusalem and the land of Israel, such as next year in Jerusalem. And we know that Jerusalem is not the real name of the place. That tells you that Jews is not a real word because the letter J didn't even exist in 586 AD or AD 70. The letter J did not exist at that time. Islam, Empress.
Correct. Even in those, isn't that sort of a little bit? I mean, we know that yes, it didn't exist. They're speaking of us in every one of those.
Yes.
It's us.
Yes. Yes. Speaking of records, I will admit to you, Congress, that I only got one record entered into the thing, to the system over this time period, and I'm not even through with that one. That one record, can you guess what record is taking so long?
Birth certificate?
No, that one's easy. It's the one for the United States. When we first did the lien in 2018, and then we started continuing to do things, liens, levy, bond, termination of corporate contracts, all of that stuff. So I had to actually add a few categories to the spreadsheet about the termination of all corporate contracts and things like that. So the one for the, because that's the biggest one really, is because that's where the fraud happened, is the quote unquote United States of America. And since we all put that lien there first, and we've been speaking to that ever since, and adding to the lien process and things like that, I had to pull out the oldest lien and the the post office numbers, which we have all of that documentation and everything. And so I just started from point A from there. Because all other records hinge on that one, so to speak, except for all of us together, it hinges on the ancient records that we're connecting with. The ancient records being the treaties and all of that. But when we're talking about dealing with the legal system, because that's what our records are, legal system records, that let everyone know that this is a legal record, but there's lawful added to it, lawful above it, that's governing it. And so the lien for the United States of America, that lien from 2018. So I had to go back 7 years, and start from there.
Wow, wonderful.
You know what, Empress, and there's but while I was doing it, there's so many different directions we can go in with the record.
Yes. Indeed.
When I first started looking at the process, I thought, and I started putting the records in, I thought, well, but where do I put this and that? Like, for example, the city of Federal Way. Let's just use that as an example. Well, there's other liens that came off of that one, and other levies and bonds that came off of that one, such as the police department and all of that stuff, and all, just so many other records that came off of that one. And I was thinking, do I combine it with this one, or is that a fresh record? Because it's all fresh documents. So I just decided that it's going to be fresh records, but there'll be an addendum in the notes that say, see this record and that record. That's the only way I can think to record every lien and every levy and every bond and every command, every court action. That's the best way I can see to do it, but to also know that, the police department was liened and levied and bond, as well as the city of,
I took some guidance from Noble Phoenix. When Noble Phoenix came and spoke to the Congress, there was a noble who spoke with him after that session, and he was given the direction that, so we may have liens that have many debtors on one lien.
Yeah.
When we, for instance, do a bond, keep the same number and just change the address on the bond, which was an easier way for me to think about it, that, the cause for action number could remain the same. It's just the debtor on that line item related to that original cause for action number, original lien. So I sorted information that way in some cases. But in truth, I find that, the amount of sheets that we do can expand. I think that perhaps I will begin with baseline appropriations for the first sheet, and then expand from there on additional sheets to put in the details of what this cause for action, what it has become, what it expanded out to be. So I too started finally. I got back into it, and I too started with the United States of America lien. I had done 5 of them originally.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because
I wish I could say I had only done 5. But I was like,
so I began to look at the 5, and then what I had done more recently, and just made linkages in the way that I could, and then, you know, cleaned up some of the records, like, you know, went through, put some Roman numerals in place. You know what I mean? That is the, you know, the kind of refinement that I was about on the records, you know. But you know, it's lovely. It feels like it's I can feel its energy. You know what I mean? Like every time I put one in, I can feel it click. You know what I mean? It clicks into place, and another one clicks into place. So it feels good. It really does.
It does. I was feeling that same click, Empress. It's just like, yes, this is yes. Especially just in looking at what we did over that time period is somewhere in us we knew we were powerful because we said some powerful things, but it's really clicking with us now that wow, somebody knew that.
The work is done, right? Like everything has been, the work is done. So we are just putting our records in place, and in doing so, you know, we're doing the legal to affirm the lawful. We are heirs to the land, all natural resources, all commerce, all systems, and really, we are, you know, just clearing that up because right now the land. And as soon as we put the legal in place, everything calms down. The energy just smooths out and settles completely. So it's so lovely. You know, the peaceful energy is wonderful.
I love it, Empress. I do love it. We saw it in our mind's eye as the ancestors were giving the processes. We could see that peace coming. We can really feel it now and see it and feel it, you know, it's tangible.
It is.
This is the day that was, this is what was spoken of by the prophet, Grand Sheikh Taj Tariq Bey. This is what was spoken by the prophet. He prophesied would happen when we did our part.
May we put on our records, you know, the House of Reawakening Minds as a record in all our records. I feel that it's really important for us to put that ministry in place because it's erudition, and also because I sense from the Grand Sheikh and from Dr. G that they need to see the tangibility of what Moorish Solemn Delarium is, what our system is. So may I, you know, ask of the Congress, when you have the right moment to do so, you know, put them in and put them on the land in truth, and, you know, allocate resources to the House of Reawakening Minds for our erudition, for the nation, Islam.
So, Empress, you know, and I'll just say this: we have been thinking about that for years. But here's the thing that we're waiting to do that, and it really doesn't have anything to do with anything that they're doing. That's maybe not. You know, whatever the case may be, this is not their issue. Our issue is to continue to do the records so that Delarium is tangible when they can read as much about Delarium as they read about anything else. So the records, and it's not going to take long. We're already there, really, because we got 7 years worth of records, minimum. So when we can show them that they can use Delarium to get things, then we know that they will. Because see, they know what the law is, obviously.
Yes, as well.
So we have to continue to make Delarium tangible for everyone else. That's our job. And it's easy to do. It's easy to do. All we have to do is keep doing what we've been doing. And then wherever we see it, and then it is at that time when they agree to accept Delarium that we can make a statement like that. That would be wisdom to wait until they agree to it. So
Islam. So may I ask another question then? Because I was able to share at the round table this previous Thursday some information about the spreadsheets. It was wonderful, and from that, the ongoing question is, how do we see our more solemn delirium in our accounts? Now, I know that is the question for Moors, and part of it is a erudition about the law. I mean, one part of it is about erudition about the law and knowing what Federal Reserve debt notes are and what gold delirium is, right? So being able to discern the difference between those two, right? Yes. And then the other is about authority, to know that the subjects don't govern any resources, so they are providing service. They're obligated to follow our commands and provide service and goods. So there's a part there that needs to be clear as Moors know what this governance of our state is. We're governing our state, so this is what this is, right? A wider view of that. Yeah. But will you speak to it as well? Sure. To help give more clarity for us?
It's very easy for Moors to see Delarium in their accounts is when they put them in there. They have to record. They have to show that they're competent at banking in order to bank. That means they're going to have to get on board with this record system that we have. They're going to have to record what they're doing. They have to do that because the system won't respond if there is not any records. We know that. We have to send records. That's how 10 million. I have screenshots of $10 million in an account at United Services Automobile Association Credit Union. That's proof of funds. I had to put it in there with the right records processed. I had to do that. If I showed you what they sent me recently, with a check from that very account. And I'll show it to you when the time is right, when the ancestors say the time is right. Because it can't be all about the money. It's got to be about who we are first and foremost. And in order for Moors to digest that they have money, they have to know that it's them that the money comes from. And more looking at the old system, saying, where's my money, where's my money, that's not money. When they have not first told the account what kind of account it is. They have to tell the account what kind of account it is. It's like we tell subjects and everything else. And we self-identify. We have to say what kind of account that is. Then what does that account accept? Okay, what are the depository regulations? Okay, the depository regulations are this account will only accept more sovereign delarium coming and going. Or it will change anything coming in gets changed into gold coin. Because you all saw the gold coin in my account. So it's by our word that any of that happens. So the Moors have to get in the habit of recording properly. How do you do that? First, you print you some money and start using it, and then record what you've done. That's how you show that you're competent to keep good records. They're looking for something that they haven't created is the answer.
Yes,
So now, Empress, let me say this about your record. You could send those records to the subjects in the office of a bank, and they will look at the records the way they should. If you've changed that account to what it should be, because I showed you where in my USAA account, I was the one saying what's in there. I am currently the one saying what's in there.
Yes, Mom. Indeed.
But see, it happens in stages and phases because the ancestors give us time to know the process, remember it, and then demonstrate it. And some are not willing to wait for that. They want it in there right now because they said so, but they haven't said so competently.
Yes, and I think some part of it is also jurisdiction. I'll be candid about that.
That's competent.
It's about knowing that you are the land venue and knowing that you are also the government and what government is. You know what I mean? Because what is government? You know what I mean? We have to be clear about that in our minds, that what that jurisdiction is and what we're exercising as our rights as a jurisdiction needs to be a clearer, easier, discussion, so that
it will be clear and easier, but in reality, Empress, the Moors have to come up in their thinking. It's not going to be made into minority language. It's going to be majority language. They have to study for that.
Yes, ma'am.
We would love for it to, Empress, let me just say this, Empress Anagel. I so hear your heart for the people. I so hear it. I hear it. You want things to be made easier so that they can come on into who they are.
Yeah,
I get that. I get it. I was that way too, but the ancestors said, wait till we finish making you do all this study light. Then you're going to know why the language is elevated and that every Moor has the ability to raise their consciousness. They have to be willing to raise it. They have to be willing. We can't make it we can't make it sixth grade work for them. They have to be willing to raise their frequency. And listen, all they have to do is be willing, and the ancestors will give them the information. I'm a living witness to that. Keep the energy clean and just be willing to hear from the ancestors and from each other, because we're all the ancestors returned. I never stopped learning and remembering through you all.
Yes.
And then implement, activate, agree. But they have to be willing to do it. Some have said they saw your process, and some of them said, well, this is where I get off at. I'm not going to do all of that. You have to make a conscious decision to think that is too much for you. You have to make a conscious decision, because otherwise you will get it. You will absorb. Clear your energy, and that knowledge will come so quickly. Yes. Justice Malik, Chief Justice Malik says our consciousness must ascend into our nobility. Nobility is not assumed. It's proven.
I affirm. Yes.
I would love to make it so easy that, a sixth grader could do it. And a sixth grade Moor who knew it from birth and were taught by their own mother could do it. And by the time they're 12, they'll know all of this stuff. All of it. If they were exposed to spreadsheets from day one and documents from day one, soon as they learned how to spell, they would know this. Because we knew it all along anyway. It's just remembering.
Interesting.
Empress, I felt the same way for a while. I was thinking maybe we can simplify by giving them lean templates. Maybe we can simplify by doing this and this, you know. After, and the ancestors let me do that for a while, and then the ancestors said, okay, go. And they will, you know, because I had to do that with the stuff, with the information that I get. The ancestors weren't going to dumb that down for me. And I'm not saying that you're saying dumb it down, Empress, but I'm saying we can't make it minority information. It has to stay majority. And the ancestors don't even give it to us in minor language because that's not the language for us that we communicate in. So those who clear the energy, just clear the energy and say, okay, ancestors, and do that all day, every day. Do it all day throughout the day. And you'll be getting stuff in your sleep even when you sleep at night. So I have that same just adoration and love for the people also, but the ancestors are saying if you love them, you'll call them up to where they supposed, you know, call them up and we'll all rise together up, you know, to our level of thinking and our level of consciousness, that of the nobility, the creators, you know. I love that precept and that principle. So with that being stated, we'll talk some more about this 70th restoration ceremony where we're celebrating the restoration of the Moorish American Consular Courts, because we started out as the Consular Court Restoration Development Team in 2017. Soon as we woke up, we just looked around and said, what do we need? And Grand Sheik said the courts. And we said, okay, let's go. And that was a bunch of us, you know. And it's a lot of the Moors that you've heard of that were with us initially. Empress Sharon Tracy Gale Bay and Justice Jamal Abdul Talib Bey. You know, Justice Jamal, who does his teachings on YouTube from a while ago.
Islam, Empress.
Yes, Islam.
Okay, I have a question.
Islam.
Will there be a time when the Moors who are elevated in their thinking and in their power, or embodying their power and authority, will there be a time when Moors who are at that level do programs that can provide a safe space for the Moors who succumb to their circumstances to develop, you know, to a point, to a higher level of consciousness? Is there any plan is there a goal for that?
Yeah.
Because some of us have succumbed and are in unfortunate situations, and these situations sometimes wreak havoc on their mental state. Will there ever be a program to support these Moors to be elevated to a higher level or to function at a higher level?
Yes, they have to just be willing to function at a higher level. That's the key right there is the willingness to do it. And the program is what we're doing right now. Anyone who wills to function at a higher level can just be a part of any Congress, any government, or, you know, they have to be who they are. Because let me just say this, Empress, we've all been through some trauma.
Right.
Every one of us. The only difference between us and others, the ones that you're speaking of, is that we decided that we were not going to get into that place. Now, those who decided that they were going to get into the place of succumbing All they have to do is decide that they're not going to do that any longer or be in that place. It's a thought process. Believe it or not. They are not, I want to say, they're not without their will. They still have their will. I was going to look up the word succumb since you used that word to see what that meant. It's not even in the book.
My point is this, is that not everyone are endowed equally. And I just believe that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. And as one, you know, I just feel that, you know, people are just where they're at, and they need to be met where they're at. And a structured program would actually be effective in.
Do you think that what we're doing, that what all Moors are doing is not structured? And let me ask you this, and these are rhetorical questions, but unless you will to answer, do you think that the ancestors missed them?
To be honest with you, I know that after the mind goes through so much, you know, it can get impaired from, you know, the stress, the external impact of stuff. So I'm just thinking that those who got impacted negatively, you know, they still need to be catered to. That's just my feeling, right?
Not catered to. You never cater to an injury, because it's an injury is what it is. It's a mental injury. You don't cater to an injury, you treat it.
Well, maybe that's a better word, yeah.
Okay. So look at the word succumb, and this is why we do what we do here. Succumb. Fail to resist pressure, temptation, or some other negative force. At any time, whoever it is, and listen, I'm speaking from experience. I'm not even speaking from any other place other than experience.
Right.
Anytime we've gone through anything, all the stuff we went through prior to waking up, the day we wake up, the healing begins. All they have to do is wake up and will to be better. Make good decisions throughout the day. See, decision making is part of that. When they succumb to something, and this is everyone who's ever been through anything traumatic, unless they were children who went through molestation and things like that, that's a little bit different. But even they can find healing as they grow with proper thought processes that cope better with that situation. The wake up is the first part, knowing who you are. Because when we know who we are, Empress, we will realize that we have the authority over even our thoughts. We have the authority. I'm not mad at the people who did the enactment of arrest. I'm not mad at them. I love them. Why? Because I know what they were doing. They were helping to do Chapter 29 to uplift me to my sovereign power. That goes for everybody who's ever been through anything. All of us. You got to remember, Empress, we're not victims. We agreed to this. Our parents agreed to this. We can't even be mad at them. Because just like we just showed, we have the authority to change it. So those Moors who have succumbed and maybe they're having mental issues and they're having to be treated mentally, the first thing that must be done is for them to study themselves. Don't study the impairment. Don't study who did the impairment. Study themselves. And when they realize how powerful they really are, none of that it won't matter. It won't matter. Either it won't matter or they'll appreciate it for what it really is. All that we went through prior to waking up was so that we would wake up. Every bit of it, even with the children, is so that one day we would wake up and know our power. I'm not speaking from something I don't know.
Okay. I don't know.
I do know.
I'm just thinking that, like even...
You're trying to make them babies. You're trying to make them babies again.
When they're just born, to ensure that they're going through proper programs, and learning about self, the right things.
What do you think we're doing?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying, Empress? And I'm passionate about it. I hear your heart for them, but you can't cripple them by putting them in programs when they should be knowing who they are. You can't cripple them like that.
But when they're miseducated, when the adults who are having offsprings are miseducated and creating dysfunctional culture.
Yes.
They get adapted to it. You know what I mean? I'm saying about...
I've been through that. Yeah. We've all been through that.
I know. I went through it. So because I went through it, I want to see it stop. That's what I'm thinking.
How do you think so you think that a program by Moors will stop it? Everything we're doing is a program. Everything we're doing is a program. Now, Empress, I'll say this. Because see, you brought this up before, and I said this same thing before, and I'm going to say it again directly to you. If you want to see the program, do it. Because you know what the program needs. More.
I do. Thank you, Noble.
Well, people usually yield on that one.
It's a love.
Listen. Empress, I just wanted to see you.
Peace and love.
And we say that with a big hug, Empress. You know that. We say that because you know what? We know that the Spirit is prompting you to do it. Now, whether you do it now or later is that's irrelevant to us. Whether you do it now or later. But now is better than later.
Thank you.
Because you will write it the way it's supposed to be written. You'll look at the old previous era's programs and you'll write it so completely and so thoroughly that no one will be able to stay in the mind of a minor in your program. And we will direct everybody who needs it straight to you. I could go on and on all day about that, but I won't. And anybody else who says the Moorish nation needs this and the Moorish nation needs that, if you're a Moor, do it. Put your money where your mouth is. We did. And we're no different status-wise than you. And that's what we say to all those questions about why don't the Moors do this and why don't the Moors do that. Whoever is saying that, you're being prompted by the Spirit to do it. So why don't you get busy? And we'll support you.
You're right. I yield. It's on my heart, so I yield.
It's on your heart for a reason.
Yes.
And we are looking forward to the program coming straight from you. The Congress has already set the parameters in terms of the financial piece. We'll support the financial piece. You just have to accept the right money, and you will. Listen, the system is already changed over. We're putting some things in place here to tribute out to the governors of each of the states, and to all of the banking Moors, which is this Congress, of course. For us, it's this Congress, because we know this Congress has been doing the study. But there are a few others as well. We're going to issue out some things where the money is concerned, that the ancestors, some security features and things that will make it so that no one will refuse the money. No one. All systems go. And no one has been refusing the money. It's been a system issue with the money.
Hello.
Islam. Not hello, because we're not down there. Hi.
Are you sure? We're in hell right now.
Hi, Justice Willie. Let me lift you up. Hi, Justice Willie.
Lift me up high.
Hi.
So, I'm going to say this, and I know you may be upset with me and whoever else want to be upset.
No, I'm not. I'm going to love you more.
Well, I hope you will be able to do that after I say what I have to say.
Of course.
And I'm not just the only one. One of the things I'm picking up in the Moor community, so to speak, is that we have still not yet learned what love and unity is all about. We only speak it, but it's not being demonstrated in a practical way. For instance, in our community, if one of our members are in any difficult situations, we basically leave them on their own to navigate, and there's no moral support. I mean, I'm talking about there's no community, there's no cohesion, there's no camaraderie, there's no brotherhood, there's no sisterhood, friendship. It's lacking, totally lacking, and there's a lot of nice speech that we make from time to time on these in these meetings, but it lacking depth, it lacking sincerity. For instance, sometimes I call people's phone to just, and not just me, but other people who have become disillusioned, realize that you can't take up the phone and say, so-and-so, and talk to somebody and get some kind of, sometimes the phone will not be answered. There's nothing there, no one there to pick up the phone. And I've noticed that for a few years now that I've been, hanging out with the Moors and so on. So I hear you telling Sherne to build what you think is missing, and that I agree with, because I'm building my community. I have my little group that I teach the law. I teach trust law and things like that on a Sunday. And they can call my phone. I pick up my phone. They tell me they're unburdened. I give them a listening ear. Sometimes all people need is a listening ear. They don't need money. They don't need nothing except sometimes a shoulder, proverbial shoulder to cry on. But I find that it's very much missing, with the exception of one or two, And so people has become disillusioned, and it sounds very hypocritical. And even just now, I let people listen on what some of the things you've been saying, and they've just become turned off because of the fact that there is no support. There's nothing there, and that is where I see a problem. And finally, as I close in what I'm saying, we need to take a page out of other nations' book. I'm going to share an experience with you quickly. Some time ago, I wanted to go back to home, Jamaica, and start a wholesale. And I spoke to a Chinese man who is a friend of my friend, a friend of a friend. And he said to me, Willie, don't do it because you don't have millions of dollars to buy the flour, the rice, and the sugar, and the this and the that. Don't do it, Willie. He says, let me tell you how we do it as Chinese people. We all put our monies together, Willie, and we buy the container of flour, sugar, and when it comes, Willie, we distribute it among ourselves, Willie, and then we each go to our wholesale and we sell. That's how we do it. We do it as a community. We don't do it on our own. What I find in the community finally, I self-Lord Master, I'm on my own. That's terrible. That's a horrible concept. We need to teach unity. The Bible says, these people, when they were about to build the Tower of Babel, nothing shall be impossible to them because they are united. And then the opposite of that, finally, it says, no kingdom is divided, any kingdom, that's divided against itself will never stand. If we're serious about what we're talking about and not just theory and not just pious platitudes, we need to understand what unity is all about and camaraderie, etc., etc. And I yield on that. Thank you very much. Now you can vex with me as much as you want.
Justice Willie, I told you I was going to love you more after that. So the things that you brought up, partially is because you can't see, and some are going to say, oh, you know she was going to attack you. No, that's not an attack. See, the reason that I don't feel that way is because I have created, and all of us together have created community, nation, government. But let me tell you something about what the guy was saying about, building together as a community. They put all their money. We were not allowed, with the status of Negro, Black, Colored, and African American, to put all of our money together and build. And he was right in telling you that because he knows that you didn't know yet that you're not going to be able to do it because of your nationality. The reason it worked for them was because they were pretending to be the original Chinese. That's why it worked for them. Why do you think it didn't work for Marcus Garvey? He tried to do a shipping line, and he got it started a little bit, and then they tore that thing down so bad, and before you knew it, Hybrids was over it. Anything that Blacks, Negroes, and Coloreds tried to do with fiat, because, see, people want to talk about unity, we got to get some things straight first. We can't unify with fiat debt notes. Since when? It won't happen. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And now that we're doing what we're doing, people are coming into this with a victim mindset and a minority mindset, like they need a crutch. And I'm just saying. And then we'll turn around real quick and tell you they sovereign. See, people talk a lot, but when that rubber meets the road, your behind better be sovereign. Because when you face your test, it's not a whole bunch of people around you, it's you standing there being tested. Stand the test, and then you'll see the unity. I see unity with the Moors all over the earth right now because so many are standing and being themselves and deciding that, yes, we want to use Delarium. Let's just figure out how to use it among each other. That's unity. We hear from people all over. So we see the unity earthwide. This Congress is a prime example of that. We have the United Kingdom here, we have Jamaica here, we have just from everywhere here. So we see the unity. We don't see what you see, but we're not doing things the way you're doing them.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you're hanging out with the Moors, but you're a Moor. How are you hanging out with your own people? That indicates that sometimes you do and sometimes you don't. And my thing, Justice Willie, because I love you so much, is that get in or be out. Lukewarm, you know what the Bible says about lukewarm. Don't be lukewarm and then blame the Moors, because you didn't blame them hybrids when they came and threw you in jail. Look at it for what it really is. Not a single Moor ever threw you in jail. So why is the issue with us who are actually standing and saying, let's go ahead and get our own money system? Let's do that before we try and build a major shipping company or a major sea salt company or a major healing company or a major bank, because we already know we dominate. We have dominion over all. We know that already. It requires some work, though, and some testing. It required some testing. All we had to do was stand and keep standing, which is what we're doing. Those who don't see unity is because they're not emanating unity. Once you emanate unity from you, you will see unity. Unity is more than just picking up the phone and yakking for a few hours with one person, one people. Unity is getting all hands on the table working. That's unity. And maybe that's why we feel the unity. Because we're not just talking, we're doing it. Those people that say that they can't pick up the phone, what are they doing for the nation? For the nation, not just for themselves, for the nation. What are they doing? What are they doing to, and listen, before we could do any of that and talking about friends and friendliness, you must first show yourself friendly to have friends. I don't have a bunch of Moors that I pick up the phone and talk to all the time. I could do that with anybody here in Congress. I could do that. I could do that with our teachers, with anyone. But that is a form of unity. Unity for us is who got their hands in here doing the work, who's actually governing, like what Matriarch Unniversalle brought to the Congress, who's using their study to grow the empire. That's where your unity comes in at. Slaves don't feel unity because they keep crabs in a barrel. But when they get focused on freedom and everybody is focused on that above all else, that's where they feel unity. And unity manifests in what they're doing. So those complaining about friends, what are you doing? Get busy doing something for the nation. And when you introduce it to the nation, people will come. Same way they did with us and with everyone else at this Congress who's introduced processes. People come. I already know when Empress Unniversalle introduced the process that her phone probably rang off the hook with even Congress members calling her, well, how do we do this? What do we do? How do we do this? People will come when you're doing the work. So, Justice Willie, you just gave us a major opportunity to respond to all of that. Unity, you got to be, and Empress Shasha put it in the chat. I'm gonna lean on that, Empress Shasha, because that's really good. She said unity begins with self. Coming in union with self is first, in knowledge of self, status, etc. Yes. If you're warring with yourself, how can you be in unity? Because, see, listen, people who war with the Moors, but they're also warring with the subjects, they're not in unity with anything. If you're trying to be out there and in here too, you're not even in unity with yourself. How are you going to be in unity with other folks? And this is why our videos don't have 50 or 60,000 visible views. And I'm saying visible because I know better. Visible views, because it will give the statement that we're more unified than we look. So people who look at that and say, oh, she don't get many views, I'll just go on over here, because they missed the whole point, but still looking for unity. But that's because they're still out there on YouTube looking for what YouTube tell them, and not what the spirit is saying on the inside. And I'm not saying that people who don't look at this aren't in the spirit. What I am saying is if views made you go somewhere else, then you're probably letting YouTube tell you what to do. So you're not in unity with yourself. And then when we say the things we say and state the things we state, those who are in unity with the spirit and with nationality, because we speak pure nationality. We don't even speak the other language at all. We speak pure nationality. Those who are not here at pure nationality, they may not get out as much out of it yet at first until they get in trouble. And when they get in trouble, then they're looking to pick up the phone and call somebody instead of watching the videos. But if the hybrids told you that you watch 4 hours of videos and you won't go to jail, you'll watch them. I don't care if they're showing you cartoons. But some people complain the videos are too long, but they'll go and work 80 hours a week for some fiat and know that the fiat is gone before they even get it. So there's a balance there, and I have to call it what it is. If you think that people aren't friendly, even in the other system, they would tell you to be more friendly, and you'll get more friends. That's biblical.
Islam,
Empress.
So in our territory, in Canaan territory, in this past strong, there has been a call for all brands, blacks, to go back to sleep. There was a call. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a call. And orange is the new black in our territory. So orange is the color. And they're back to being colors, right? And it's been, a bit humorous for me. I'm walking on, and they're like, what, you're leaving me out? But I'm like, ignorance of law is no excuse. There was going to come a point where you had to make a choice. And I said that very clearly. The spell is broken. You're going to have to make a choice. And those subjects in that war enactment energy is saying is go back to sleep. That's the one thing they're telling you to do is go back to sleep. That's it. So it's humorous to me. I'm watching those who are going along with this recontracting and becoming a brand again, and I'm like, well, I don't know about. I observe it, and I think I'm not naive like that. You cannot be so gullible twice. You know what I mean? That's my point of view about it.
Right.
But I'm listening to what the prodigy Moors are saying and the sleeping Moors are saying about it, but I'm not moved. And why I'm not moved is I think of what the Grand Chief stated, which was, if there's a sign that says no elephants allowed, ignore it, walk past that. It doesn't have to do with me. I'm not an elephant. I'm not a brand.
Yeah.
Islam,
there's duality in that. All those who will to have the benefit that are the creditors can restate that
Yes, ma'am.
But remember, you're restating that if it's a pittance of your estate, you might want to walk past that one. See, what we're doing it from the top down.
Yes.
Now. Yeah. So you know, those forms, and if you do it just on their form, then you really asking for you know, come on now.
Yeah. Well, there it is.
The sovereigns just are not going to do that because they can't give you but they can't give you any of your estate, really. But see, we can, when we don't send anything legal without the lawful. So those who are doing, see, the duality is this. If you fill a form out that was issued by the debtors and you don't put anything with it, you're contracting illegally. You're agreeing to be a corpse, and there's going to come some debt from it. And then they're going to try and come and collect their debt. In other words, they're moving, that debt has to go off the land. It has to. And ignorance of the law is no excuse there. For everyone else, all the sovereigns don't send anything without sending a lawful court action like the fiduciary document, the fiduciary affidavit. Don't send anything. If you will to be a part of those programs, that's on you. If you feel you need that, that's on you, because we had to write that out too, how that goes too. It is what it is. You know, sovereigns, the reason why the majority of the sovereigns feel like they're doing things by themselves in their territories is because they're the ruling government of the territory, and there are no other influences that come to that. Here at this territory, with all that we know, and we know there are Moors here, the only time they congregate here is when we call them. Other than that, every now and then they'll stop by or whatever, but we govern this place.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
So can you speak a little bit to that? Because I had questions about that as well. Because I speak with, you know, the Grand Matriarch, Rose Tao, and my sister as well. And so as I put resources in place for nationals and subjects on the land as well,
yeah,
is there a way for Moors who are not, you know, maybe exercising at that level still to connect and you know, help, put those resources out in the community? You know what I mean? Is there a place where that? Have you done that? Do you know about that? So that's where my question is.
So listen to what's happening, Empress. The system is going to get it out there.
Islam, okay.
The system is going to get it out there.
Yes.
Because I was thinking the same thing when I mailed a bunch of Delarium out to everyone around. I did that. And that was a good idea to give, because we have to give due process. So I just gave due process that way, that you got to be the right status and this is what you use.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ancestor said, now that you've done that part of the demonstration, just know that the system is going to do everything else, because the system is already changed to gold and silver. It's already constitutional.
Yes.
That declaration of authority and summons is stating Constitution.
Yes.
For them, because we said so. The presidents for the United States, for America, said so.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the system that's going to do it. We don't have to worry about that. All we have to do is keep doing what we're doing, and it will continue, the system will continue to obey. So that every bank account, and this is why bank accounts are being closed off, is because they have to be, the corporate one, corpse has to be closed off so that the real bank account can be revealed. And they're the same numbers, except not the same numbers. They're the same sequence of numbers, except they're restated, like what we've been doing with our accounts. But we had to do it first. That's why it feels kind of, you know, like there's only a few of us, and, you know, it feels that way because we had to do it first. I mean, look at it. You got Moors who are teaching, who don't know they have the authority to create their own money. And I'm just saying, we better create our own money. We created everything and everyone else.
Islam.
Somebody has to do it. We just chose to be the ones to do it. That's all. And the ancestors are being gracious through this transition. The transition is happening right on time. Right on time. And if people are doing, and this is back to Justice Willie's question and Empress Amore's question, Empress Sarah's question. If people are doing things that sovereigns can do, you must be sovereign to do it. A minor cannot start a program. A sovereign has to do that. A minor cannot start a bank. A sovereign has to do that. A minor is not sovereign. A sovereign is sovereign. And sovereigns do everything peacefully. We're not warring back and forth. Sovereigns don't do that, because that would make you not sovereign if you're warring back and forth with them. Why? Because that means they're on your level and they're corpses. And that's the confusion that some of the Moors have to get over. They're not on your level. It's a system. That's like saying AI can have a baby. AI cannot have a baby, because if you turn off the computer, none of it exists. That's why we're not worried about AI. AI works for us. And Justice Tonis was saying earlier about how, you know, at one point we used shells as money, and another point we used notches on a belt as money, and things like that. Again, it's just what we say it is. If we say that Delarium is money, it's money, you better bank that. Know that. Because we're the ones who said gold was money in the first place. Now we're saying it's Delarium, and Delarium is gold coin. When you know what the word coin means, and you spell it the way we spell it, and you know what tender means, and you spell it the way we spell it. And everyone, all systems will accept, do accept, because they don't. A system doesn't have a will. Shall accept. Does accept. All systems do accept Moorish sovereign Delarium gold receipts as given by the heirs, with a sovereign autograph on them. In other words, if you're not sovereign and you're not doing sovereign things, then it's not going to accept the Delarium. My Delarium demonstration worked because I'm not half in and half out. I'm all the way on us. In everything, no matter what it is, my nationality comes first. Period. And everyone, all sovereigns who will to govern must be that way. It is our way. And our way is an orderly way. It's not a hairy-carry $500 million for me way. Yeah, that's ours. We got that. We got trillions. It's way more than that. So that's not the issue. The issue is the process and the sovereign status in all things. Now I'll say this about the Moors who are waking up, the Moors who are waking up, who fill out forms and things like that. See, nowadays when they fill out forms, they're going to be filling out forms that come from our system because we put all the forms on the public record. And that's what we're saying about the program. Empress, you must create the form that people use to apply for your program. We created the banking affidavit for people to apply for bank accounts. And then we sent it to the subjects and to the system and said, this is the application affidavit. Not application, affidavit for bank accounts. The system had to wait until we got enough stuff in place, enough records in place, because see, even sending an affidavit saying this is the way that works, that's a record. We had to do this, Moors. We had to do this. And those that act like they can't wait for money to be in the bank, they probably need to know what money really is. They probably need to go ahead and start recording some money in the bank, and then you'll see money in the bank. It sounds a little bit on the harsher, colder side. It sounds that way, but it's not. Because the same ones saying that'll be the first ones talking about they don't want nobody to govern their money. Well, if you don't want anybody to govern it, create it and put it in the bank. And do things by affidavit and give your command and be a part of your nation. Oh, that's a tough one right there, because we've even heard subjects, just one, and they're a subject. They look like us, but they're a subject because their mother is a modern European. Say, I don't want to be a part of your Congress because I don't want nobody telling me what to do. You weren't supposed to be a part of it by your own word. The subjects already know they got to get under that one who sent out that declaration, and they got to get under him. And we already told him what to do. It's about the Constitution. And now we have systems. So with that being stated, we won't go on another 30 minutes because I know y'all got things that you will to do this evening as well that include governing. Are there any other questions, comments?
Islam.
Yes, Islam.
On your screen that you began with, 70 years. Could you say something about that again, please?
Oh, yes, Empress. So 70 years in the Biblios, it is a milestone for nations. And even in the book of Daniel, it talks about things coming to pass after 70 years of testing and trying and things of that nature. And we've also been doing what we're doing, raising our courts for 7 years, over 7 years now, going into the 8th year. we will that we focus as much of for those who have already saved themselves. For those who have already saved themselves, we will that that we meet together for this 70th year celebration, because the way that we're going to meet is by using only our money and our instruments to meet. That includes hotels, airfare, whatever the case may be. It might be domiciles. It might be, we're going to continue working here. But that's the plan.
Islam. Just regarding the length of your videos, some time ago I wanted to have spoken to you about it. We're living in a time when people are being programmed by 30-second, 1-minute videos, TikTok and Instagram and all of that. So when a person see 30 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hour video, they're not gonna watch it. So why is it possible for you to get a software that edits it in maybe segments of, say, 59 minutes, called psychological at 57 to 59 minutes, and then make part 1, part 2, part 3, so people can because looking at a 4-hour, 5-hour video, I don't work, and sometimes just to get through a 3-hour video it's very, 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 very problematic, time consuming, because you have other things to do apart from watching videos. So much more person who is working. So I would strongly suggest that you either get someone to help you with editing with a software, and you put it in segments or by subjects. So if you have your agenda, I'm going to talk about the butter, the banana, the ice cream, and this one is so the butter, this one is, and so use a segment on each video, maybe as various subjects, something like that. So I would so strongly suggest some kind of editing be done rather than just putting a 5-hour video, a 4-hour video there.
We appreciate that as well. And you know what, Justice Willie, we thought about that too. And here's what we learned very quickly. Nationality, there are certain things that come with it. Those things are not for the weak-minded, weak-hearted, or those who can't focus. There's things that come with it. There's tests that come with nationality. So nationality is like what they tell you in like quote-unquote Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous classes, where people don't get help until they get down to the very bottom. And when they get to the very bottom, they'll do anything. They'll do whatever it takes to be free.
Have you ever watched the movie? Not movie. Have you ever read the book Who Moved My Cheese?
I read it, but I don't remember all of it because I read it. It was
okay. What it is about change. Yeah. It is about when you don't change and work with the times and keep up with the times. Yeah. What happened is that you get left behind and you wonder how did we, or why is it that we didn't adapt and change? Yeah. Because we are living in a changing environment. The only constant is change. And so, yes, it's good to just say, the people need to be a special kind of people before they can know. What we need to do is see, okay, there was a time a man would sit and watch a 10-hour video, but now because of the time has changed and there's editing, there's shorter stuff. How about we adapting? And so it's about adapting to the changing environment that we're part of rather than blaming the people And even when you give it your discourse, your response to me, I hear a lot of gaslighting. So like I am the problem, not the But the fact I don't take that.
It's not a problem. You don't.
Yeah, no. So I'm just saying, rather than saying the people should be this whatever. It's just we know what it is that people need, what it is that they warm up to, what it is that they listen to, and we adapt, and that was what Moving My Cheese is all about. It's about adaptation. And when the companies back then when they failed to adapt, they got to be what you call it now a dinosaur, and then they got left behind. And companies that adapt were prospering more than the ones that did not adapt. They get left behind or go bankrupt or whatever. So it's all about working with what is available and knowing the time. I yield.
Islam, I hear what you're saying, and when the time for that comes, the ancestors will send someone to do it, to take little snippets and put them out there. Because I even thought about doing that, and I did 1 or 2 snippets. I made a few short videos, but the ancestors said, you better get that information out there so that you're not held accountable for holding it from the people. So I was not going to be held accountable for not giving the information. And when people talk about not having anybody to talk to, you got somebody to talk to every Sunday. Every Sunday, you got somebody to talk to about whatever it is. That resource is not even being fully used by those who say that, because they're not even here every Sunday. So the ancestors said to get the stuff out there, get the information out there so that the people can begin using it. And at whatever level they're at, they'll get in at that level.
Islam Empress.
Just a moment. Let me just respond this way. When people wake up, and this is Justice Willie, I love what you said, because when I first woke up, I was so hungry for information, and there was hardly anything out there. There was R.V. Bay publications, whom we absolutely just love, and Grand Sheikh Taj, and maybe 1 or 2 others, out there who had information that I could eat from, because my appetite is voracious. So one of the things we agreed to do, even with the ancestors, was put as much information out there as they give us, and let the people decide what they want to hear and how long they want to sit and things like that. But one thing I do know is that there are a lot of Moors out there who are waking up. And once they see the 4-hour videos, they're very grateful, because they got something that they can put their hands on. They can do some affidavits and they know the order of the business: lien, levy, bond, terminate corporate contracts, declare your nationality, all of that. Government is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, Justice Willie, as much as we hear what you're saying about 30-minute snippets and people's attention only being able to be held for 30 seconds, we know the Moors better than that. We know that the Moors will stay and hear the information and receive from even within them. We receive more hours a day than 4. So we're going to keep doing what the ancestors told us to do. They told us to put as much information out as you can and let the people choose what they choose. But government must be done. Nobody says a word when they get 8 hours a day of commercials on TV from the same place, by the way. Nobody complains about that. Or a 4-hour miniseries from Tyler Perry. Nobody complains about that. And they'll sit and watch it. They'll binge watch all that stuff because that's what they're hungry for. This is not that. This is similar to that, but it's hunger for who we really are, to know ourselves.
Just an interjection. If you know what binge watching is all about, yes, observe how they do binge watching. They do it in like 45-minute segments, never like 2 hours, 3 hours.
I've never heard of binge watching less than 4 hours. Never heard of it less than 4 hours. People were saying that they binge watch 8 hours worth of a Tyler Perry series in one day.
I know, but what I'm saying, what they do, they show you 45 minutes, and then at the end they give you an interesting part that you want to see, the next part and the next part. So they keep you in like 45-minute segments, but they never give you the entire thing. So you spend a day watching 45-minute segment because they give you this psychological thing that, oh, it ended here and I starting it again, and yeah, you can't wait to start again. So that's the whole idea, you know.
Yeah, I get that, Justice Willie. I get it. Because what they're doing is escaping their reality. But what we're doing is creating our reality. And that's why, listen, there was times when I thought maybe we should have Congress every day for 8 hours because there was so much information coming. I thought about it. 8 hours every day. I said if I can go sit at a job and do that, 8, 9, 10 hours working full capacity and taking 1 hour lunch. I thought about that, but I said, no, I'm not going to do that yet. But we could. If we started a Moorish network right now and we played our videos and other teachers' videos 24 hours a day, there would be Moors who wouldn't watch anything else. I was hungry, and I said, I'm going to make it so that nobody else has to be hungry unless they're hungry by choice. Islam in Restorationne.
Islam. I'd just like to add my statement because I'm listening, and my first test, my consult was murdered in my arms in the hospital. And then I was attacked by the staff in the hospital. Then I came home, they cut off my power, my water, sprayed all kinds. I mean, it was insane. Okay? That was my first.
How powerful are you?
Okay? That was my first test. And everybody around me, I was like the, scarlet.
Yes.
The mark on my forehead. Everybody moved from around me. They sprayed Malaysian into my house twice. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. And I give thanks for this knowledge. Because when I couldn't sleep, when I couldn't eat, do you know what I did? I studied. I studied, and I studied, and I studied, and I studied. And I sent out documents from Grand Sheikh Taj, his videos.
Yeah.
I didn't even fully comprehend. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I moved. I sent out documents. And I'm telling you, if my mind was good before that happened to me, now it's prior, before 3 prisoner of war demonstrations.
Yes.
I give thanks for the mental food that came my way. Hours. I was happy for it. Nobody else could have got me to where I am now. Little bits wouldn't have done anything for me. None whatsoever. So I give thanks. That's what it means to be sovereign. I will decide if I'm going to watch half an hour at one point, pause it, go forward, go back, watch it again, all of those other things.
Yes.
And nobody, I know I still have so much to learn, but I'm telling you, I stand in my sovereignty.
Yeah.
And no one can take that from me.
Yeah.
I don't
Empress
expect
Sasha.
left, right, or for someone. I had no one to talk to. I had nobody here. You know what I'm saying? But it was the study.
Yeah.
I put my mind to work, knowing it was about my nationality, knowing it was about my identity, and only I could find my way through. I was the light in the darkness.
Empress, it's only when other people are made that uncomfortable that they'll get serious about this.
I'm telling you.
And won't complain about a 4-hour video.
I mean,
just make them uncomfortable.
And
that's coming.
Uncomfortable. Hello, you can't avoid it. Like I state over and over, I didn't even know anything about testing. I thought declare my nationality. Hello, I had no idea.
I thought when we declared our nationality, everybody was gonna bow immediately.
You know,
I expected it.
Yes.
They're bowing now, but
they're like
we had to make some statements. We had to govern
that's the thing. That is
Empress Sasha, some people can't go through one of the tests you went through.
Listen, that's the thing. And I know I am sovereign. I know I have a nationality. I know I have an estate. And I stand.
And may all who are resisting that be tested on into their sovereignty.
That's it. Pray that it's not the way mine was, but we all will have to be tested some way. That's it. You cannot.
Well, Empress, look at you though. Look at you. You are a diamond.
I am a diamond. I am a diamond. I am a diamond.
A huge one.
I am a diamond. And listen, I'm a diamond.
And extremely wealthy at that.
You know, it's interesting when I actually, because I've been recording, and I haven't finished putting all the liens in yet, and I just added up just 100 million for each lien.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, we're into billions. Come on.
Yes. And just getting started.
And that's just the beginning.
And that's why it takes hours and hours and hours and hours of study, because not just anybody can do that.
I am telling you. And the knowledge, you have to have the knowledge. We can fill in records. I mean, you need to have done to have the records to fill. But at the same time, and this is one of the things I'm finding as we fill in the records, more knowledge and understanding is coming as it's placed together, much like you stated earlier about, but wait a minute, I've got resignations over here, I've got this over here, I've got court actions over here, I've got those have to go in, and then this one, which is land agency, but then there's the tax over here, and then there's something over here, and there's other things. And so that you have to have an understanding. And nationality isn't just nationality. It is all of this understanding.
Yeah.
And there's no one, I mean, I'll say it, and this is coarse, but I'm going to say it anyway. No one can shit for you.
You know, Empress Sasha, here's what I do know about what we're doing. What we're doing is making it so that Moors can come together more freely and can unify face to face and so on and so forth. But we had to get this done first. That's
absolutely the truth. Because, I mean, I look forward to our Sunday gatherings, and we used to do it more, years back we were more frequent, because we are coming together. Yes. And at the same time, if I even think of us, we are coming together. Even if we're not on platform, if I think of us, one of us, or us, or the recording demonstration from Empress Anna Gel and different things. We're coming together.
Yes. But see, we would have to be doing the work to even know that.
Well,
that's why I said what I said. If their hands are not at the plow, they don't know that unity is happening already. You unify by systems. The only reason we thought we were U.S. citizens is because everybody was banking the same, quote unquote, and going to the same school, quote unquote, and all of that. That's system stuff.
That's systems and being tested to go from one level to another.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And I just was not willing to do that under a fraudulent system that's limited. Because if it's one thing I do not like, is limitations and scarcity. That is not my thing. So I said whatever we have to do. Islam, Empress.
Islam. As I listen, I hear everything that was stated, and I'm going back and forth in my mind. I see an example for this, I see an example for that. So what I'm coming to the conclusion is that some people desire to have the Glinda effect, if you will, because I'm sitting here thinking of the Wizard of Oz, because that was a test from the transport of the girl went to sleep and she didn't realize she was still in her bed, first of all, so she was home. And she was having a dream that felt extremely real. So now we're dealing metaphysically, okay? And then she met the Wicked Witch. And the Wicked Witch did what she did, you know, and all those other things. And then she went the Good Witch. And then the Good Witch gave her something as a symbol for her to remember what she already had. Okay? So what I'm getting at is I hear a lot of people trying to say, without saying it, they're looking for a symbol amongst what we have prepared and put on the public record already. The symbol being it put in a formula way where it is to the point where it is, I don't want to say palatable, but to the point where it can be, well, I'll just say palatable, where it could be digested in such a way that they're used to and comfort-wise from the previous era, from the point of going to the Fulle system, sitting down, you sit, you learn, bell rings, and you go to the next class, and you know that you're going to get this subject here, you're going to get that subject there because of the title and, you know, the blackboard or the whiteboard or whatever, the method of putting the knowledge out there, or your textbook, what have you. And then you go home, you study, you do your homework, you come back, you get a test, you come, and then you go home, you get a grade, and this and so on and so forth. And as I listened to Empress Sasha, when she said, you know, I sit and I listen and I pause it. And then I go, you know, I might go for a lunch break, I might go for a walk. I'm saying this in my own, so she didn't say this, but I'm going to say, I would think she might have done. You know, go for a walk, you know, go tend to her plants, come back, sit down for another 45 minutes. And that's self-erudition. And not so many people have that, what's the word I'm looking for, that regimen to where they can discipline themselves to do that type of a thing, or they don't think of that, or whatever the situation is. But some people just, because I remember the young ones I used to have in my life, they would have been told by their elder, sit down and listen to our congresses, and they would have the hardest time doing it. So, and then I know that what we're doing is for the young people. So what I'm also saying now is to be mindful of what people say, to also think about the young ones who are in the teen years or the early 20s, where they just gotten out of the whole situation of erudition, fraudulent systems, and they have fresh stuff that they were just, told about, and they sometimes are stuck in their learning ways and they need some, okay, this is where we're going to lead you with the carrot and show you how to get free by the way that you thought you knew, like the systems of, oh, you come sit down for 45 minutes in this class and you get up. So the first class will be about your nationality. The next class will be about how civics is and how civics applies to your nationality. And then the next class will be about how civics nationality works with metaphysics. And then the next class will be how your nationality, civics, and metaphysics deals with real life, and so on and so forth. Some people are looking for that, especially with their young ones. So it's just my suggestion that just listen to what people are saying and why they might be saying it but can't articulate it. Because I've had some experiences where I say, well, I see both sides, and like myself, I can sit down and discipline myself for 45 minutes, or I'll sit down and listen to the whole one. Like when you suggested, well, you gave a strong command to listen to the Grand Sheik, that first video, and I sat down and I listened to it, and then found the second one, and then listened to the second one, So, but my situation is not like everybody else's. So I'm just saying, there's room for everybody if we just give the space and the mechanisms for people to have the erudition. Islam.
Well, I agree with you. I affirm what you're saying, Empress. I don't disagree with those that are saying that programs need to be done. Why won't they do a program then? Because, see, this is sovereigns looking at a sovereign saying, hey, why don't you do this and do this and do that? And you being the Congress or whatever, or you think the Moors need this and that, why don't you do it? And we'll pay you delarium to get it done. We'll give you gold coin to get it done. Because you're using your energy and the stuff from the land to do it. Montessori school, which is one of the most expensive, quote unquote, schools from the previous era, they would just take the children out and teach them about nature instead of having them sitting in the classroom all day. That's what Montessori school was. It would teach something similar to Moorish science. They would teach them the Constitution and things like that in Montessori school. And then the Montessori students went straight to Yale or Harvard or something like that. So that was their program. Okay, everybody that sees something and says something, do something. It was put on your heart for you to do it. Just like when I first nationalized, I said, hey, what about our courts? How do we get past fake courts and fake policy enforcers, fake actors, acting as police? The ancestors didn't say to me, go over there and ask Empress Shasta if she would do something about that. They didn't do that. They didn't say, go ask somebody else. They put me through the test. And we said, I bet you we know how to do a court now.
Islam Empress.
So the question that you're asking is coming from your heart, Islam nobility.
I'm listening. All knowledge, all wisdom. I appreciate it. However, I wanted was just to make a comment or a suggestion in regards to what Noble Willie was saying. Now, regarding to the Congress, when we do Congress for 4 and 5 hours. Now, for example, there are times when I'm doing demonstrations and I need information. There are many times I have to go research 3 and 4 and 5 videos, 4 and 5 hours long. Sometimes I have to call up Empress Sasha, asking her if she knows the name of the video where I can find this information. Sometimes she knows, sometimes she don't. So I have to be searching videos for hours. Mm-hmm. Now, my suggestion is, like now when if you're doing a Congress and you would discuss like 4 or 5 different topics. Mm-hmm. Now, when you post a video, if you would break it down in like 3 or 4 different parts according to how many topics you discuss, and each part that you create, you would name it with the topic and the issue that you discuss. So when one is looking for information to do a demonstration, we don't have to go searching through 4 and 5 different videos just to find one information. We could just go to that particular video because it's already labeled with the topics that you're looking for, and it would be easier to access information to do demonstrations. Is that possible?
So YouTube has this thing where you can go through and timestamp the videos. That can be done if someone will volunteer to do it. But let me say this.
Transcript.
Yeah. Our videos have transcripts, by the way. So that just go look at the transcript and then search the term and look. Or you can search YouTube, go to our page and search the page. Use the system for those things. Because even if you put in, and this is one thing I've learned about the search piece, if I put in the word, let's just say bond, not only will it bring up videos where the word bond is in the title, but it will also bring up videos where we talked about bonds that don't have it in the title, and the video doesn't look like that.
Okay, that's what I was referring to. But now that you've give me this information, I will use that. I didn't know that I could have done that. I'm going to repeat again. I'm not computer literate, so but I'm learning, and I've learned something new now that you've explained it to me.
Yeah, so you are computer literate.
Yes, sir.
I could just quickly relate to how it's done. Just where you see below the video, you have more. You click on more and go below it. It will say transcript. You click on transcript and it will appear over the right, and you can't have full screen. You have to have minimize. So don't do it on full screen. So once you click on more, it will, and then you see transcript. You just click on transcript. You can toggle it and get rid of the timestamp, or you can use it as is. And each line will have like if at line 1 minute she said bond, it will show you that.
Okay. Gratitude for that information, Justice.
And I'll just show you quickly on the screen what that looks like. This is our video from the most recent Congress. To find the transcript, click on more here.
All right.
And then when you scroll down, it's going to say transcript and show transcript. This transcript is going to be every word that was spoken at Congress, with the exception of ones that are eligible or a different language or something like that.
So it's like a court record that is created from a stenographer.
It is.
When the stenographer is typing. Okay.
There it is right there. Did you all know that you had that option? So if you're looking for something in particular or a particular subject, you can find it.
I never knew this. I've just learned this.
Yeah, I'm speaking like to the entire Congress.
In general. Okay.
Yeah, in general, it timestamps it for you. So whatever the subject matter is that you're looking for, you can find it there. Okay.
Okay.
Now.
Thank you.
Islam.
And you can just copy and paste and put it on a Word document for future reference.
Yes, you can copy and paste and put it. Yes.
Okay.
So I get what you all are asking for. You're asking for more simple and quicker ways to get to the information. The system will do that, will help you when you know how to use the system of YouTube. And that's why we chose YouTube and then told YouTube what to do and what would help us best. or assist us best. It's a system. When you learn how to use that system, it will even put the videos in order from like oldest to newest or newest to oldest or whatever the case may be. I use that one quite often. You're asking for things, even with the curriculum, with what Empress Angel brought up about you know, how you get a certificate when you finish this part, and then you go to the next level and you do the things and you get a certificate. We're already getting those certificates. They're just in the spirit realm. And I know that you all are looking for things in the natural, because that's what we're doing, is manifesting the spirit realm in the natural. The ancestors had us, and obviously we're at that place now where we're able to manifest those things. But we first had to issue certificates to the post office and other places before we could start doing things like that. Before we could do curriculum, we had to tell the post office that this is what you do. So that's what we've been doing for the last 7 years, is getting the system ready so we could do all the things you're talking about. Because everything that we do, we can do it by systems, but we weren't going to use debt notes, and every system is under our authority. So we're not discounting what you're saying. In fact, what we're saying is, now that you see what needs to be done, do it and use the right system. If you're going to do curriculum, the system will send out a certificate, you know, or you can send out a certificate and not have to use fiat to do that. You don't even need anybody to be there for you to get that the things mailed out. You know, at the retail counter, you don't need anybody at the retail counter, because you can deposit yours in the depository. So we hear what you're saying. We're not diminishing or invalidating what you're saying. What we are saying, though, is that there were some things that had to be put in place first, and we're nailing that stuff down. The money system, because any curriculum that's taught, there has to be an accountability system for that. The Empress that's going to do the system to help those that are mentally impaired by trauma, you have to have an accountability system in place. That accountability system we were just exposed to, that brings all of that together. That says that you're even authorized, that you've authorized yourself to do that, and that you can take in the right kind of money, constitutional money, to do the system. So all of these wonderful things, we get it. And to us, Justice Willie, all of those things were a pipe dream if we didn't do this first. So you're saying something about, you know, gaslighting and stuff. Don't even dream about being a shipping magnet unless the system is right, because that's gaslighting yourself from our perspective, unless it's going to be done with the right money and stuff from the land. So we're seeing things similar. We're not undercutting you. What we're doing is affirming what you're saying by saying it has to be done the right way. And Justice Willie, we know, you and I, we know that we speak to each other plainly and clearly, and that's what we prefer, because we're Leo. We appreciate your candor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Islam. Yeah, Justice Harold said he had 25 years of that type of gaslighting. What were you doing, Justice Harold? Probably trying to start a business, and it just never really got where it should have been, like most of us. Most of us had awesome businesses in our sleep, and that system knew it was not going to do nothing. for us? Islam nobility.
Islam. You talk about a desert, trying to make things happen in a debt system that you didn't know was a debt system, and you've got all the ideas of the billionaires, and you saw all through all of that.
Yeah.
And the only thing you got was you don't know what you're doing.
That.
You don't know what you're doing. You that type of thing. So that type of gaslighting, I've witnessed that. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you knew you were smarter. You knew you were smarter.
I did. I knew I was there.
Too.
I knew I was there. I knew that's when I discovered there were two systems.
Yeah.
And I started looking on the backside, but I didn't know about, all of that I've learned from you. Absolutely. But I knew that there were two sides. There was always, you don't realize the depth of the two sides, medicine, economics, literature, there's two sides. So in the business realm, there are two sides. I discovered that.
I discovered that early on, nobility, and I thought to myself, somebody gonna show me the other side, or somebody gonna get hurt, because I knew. But right before I woke up, Justice Harold, I said to the ancestors, and I didn't know at the time that that's who I was speaking to, is those within me. I said, I see that something is off. I see that something's off. Because every job I had, I knew more than my bosses knew. I knew that. I learned their job first because they needed somebody to pass the work to. One of my bosses, quote unquote, even had me sit at her desk and work on the budget while she go out and do something, because she knew that her bosses was looking to see if there was movement on her computer, and she knew I knew how to do the budget. So I knew, but I said to the ancestors, I said, there's an underbelly or something that I'm missing, because there's no way that all the people that's making all the money are pale. No way. And then one or two of us, just one or two, to keep everybody else on the treadmill. It's something to it. I knew it was something to it. And I said that about 2 years before I woke up. I said that in 2015. Because I was thinking, as much as I know, there's no way I should not be living like I want to live. I'll say that. I was doing okay, had a nice domicile and car, Mercedes and all that. But I was like, no, no. More to it than that. It's more to it. That wasn't enough for me. It's more to it than that. And now I know that blacks don't own nothing. And that every form that they had black on it. And they were claiming to be white. I knew that. And then, so anyway, I won't go any further with that, but that is partially what motivates me. Is I know now what the deal is. It's about our nationality, and according to our nationality, we could not grow in a debt system because our nationality said we can't grow in a debt system.
Islam.
So
I just wanted to add my voice to this dialogue. So when I first found out that this education was about me, when I first found that out, I could barely make sense of what information I was receiving. And I want to say that because there are a lot of people who come in and it's way higher than our heads. We are just bobbing to try to get to the top of the water. And many of us, we sit in the room, and to take in the resonance of what's in the room, we have to almost fall asleep to gather it. And what happened to me in that process was I would fall asleep, but then I would wake up and I would see myself in the old era, behaving like a Moor, and watching people who were pushing to see if I would just admit that I was a Moor. As I was standing up and all the press was carrying, Saunders will speak for herself, and all this sort of stuff as I was trying to figure out the education of my children. So when you come into the room and you're new and you feel like it's a little over your head, just stay there. It will come to you. It's inside of you. It will come out of you. It will jump out of you and be joined with what you're learning. And then you could go out and do your learning and your erudition to continue that journey for yourself. I know for myself, I went to 3 and 5 different rooms. And then I would sit and I would try and read the stuff and make sense of it. And then I found out about etymology, and then I would spend hours trying to figure out what it meant, and I would write it up in detail, and then I would come back to try and fit it into the sentence that it came out of. And it was a slow process for me. But once I began to get it, then things kind of jumped. So I just wanted to add my voice to say to the ones who come in the way like me, you're almost falling asleep each one because it's so over your head. And still, when you think of what you would like the Congress to be talking about, you are on point. You don't understand how you end up to be on point there.
Yeah.
But you have to trust that you've had lives and you've had experiences, and it may not be in this life, but it is in you, and it will awaken what needs to be awakened as long as you will to. I just needed to add my voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, Islam Empress Nabi.
I'm grateful for this Congress, and I'll say this, a lot of things have come full circle for me just listening to this, because I taught a class earlier today to my heirs and their godfather, and this was the subject. And I was patient enough to say, well, whoever had ears to hear will receive the information. When you're ready to pick up the mantle, you'll pick up the mantle. But I would encourage those to really meditate before getting on the call, so that you are setting the stage in yourself to be able to receive what's coming. And sometimes what I call psychic surgery, you may go to sleep, but it will be revealed to you in your sleep or when you wake up. So I'm thankful. I had an heir that was in the class that was 33, and he was saying, well, Mom, this is too long. The videos are too long. I need you to shorten stuff up. But what ended up happening is the 2-hour class turned into a 4-hour class because of the questions that were asked in the class, right? And then he sat there while he was filling out his nationality documents and started editing and making things shorter and highlighting things. So he was doing while he was learning. So it was full circle, the shortcuts. He was like, well, why is no templates here for the ID? Why is no this? And he started making stuff while he was filling out the documents.
That's what I'm talking about right there. If you got a problem with it, fix it.
Islam. And I yield. So just encouraging, just continue to come. That's come. Be willing.
Listen, I just know this. If the modern the subjects told them that they had to watch a 4-hour video in 4 hours or go to jail, they would watch the 4-hour video. So I know we can do it. That's not the issue of whether we can watch a 4-hour video or not. But even so, just like Empress Angel stated, Break it up yourself into 30 minutes. If I broke it up into 30 minutes, the 15-minute people would be complaining. So break it up according to your attention span. Don't have someone else do that for. Be sovereign about that.
Islam,
Empress.
It's about saying yes to yourself. It's about saying yes to the heirs. It's about saying yes to yourself. You know, interestingly enough, the part about being the governor of your own estate, Surgeris, is about saying yes to yourself. And that is new muscles at the beginning. Like, it really is. It's like you haven't used that part of yourself for so long at the very beginning. And you have to remember that, yes, you can. And yes, you can do it for you. And then also remember that being self-responsible, although it's put to be a bad and negative thing, it's really not. You know what I mean? You got to rework that part where I could do this for me, and I could be the one who sets it up for me and makes it work for me on my behalf. You know, so, and I find that is an ordering. It's putting order in place where chaos was, and about creating rhythm, creating a pattern of your own life where you're the pulse that activates you. And so say yes to yourself. It's a yes, I affirm.
And a yes to our heirs and our future and our money. Yes, I'll sit down and watch a 4-hour video because I sit down and watch these over myself. And yes, listen, I'm a Leo, so I'll say this. Yes to me is yes for me. Yes to my heiress is yes for me. 4 hours, 8 hours, 6 hours, it doesn't matter. 24 hours, yes is yes. Because guess what? When I went into that fake POW camp, I was there for 10 days. The second time. 25, 24, 25 days the first time, the very first time, straight out the gate. They didn't care whether I could only stay in there for 3 hours or 2 hours and be like, okay, we have to let her out every 30 minutes to go home and change and shower so she can come back because we don't think she can be in here that long. They didn't give a flying rabbits behind. When the tests come, the information is all that matters. All that matters. Nothing else matters. Nothing else matters but the information. That's why I say for those, the ancestors told me to put it out here like this, and that's what I'm doing. And people can press pause whenever they want to press pause. They can do that, start and stop, depending on how hungry they are.
Oh, by the way, did you know that there's also a way of, for those who don't know, who may not be versed in technology, you can listen at twice the speed, 1.5 the speed, 1.75 the speed. So you can turn these 4-hour videos into 1 hour or 1.5 hour or half hour, depending, but you have to have the ability to listen fast.
Yes.
Did you get that?
I do it all the time, Justice Willie. I'm constantly speeding up videos. If I think somebody is talking too slow or the video is going too slow, I'm constantly doing that.
Yeah, listen on rapid.
Yes.
Rapid
so what Justice? Thank you, Justice Willie. And again, the issues that are coming up are issues that you can solve anyway for yourself about this. So with the videos, if you want to speed the video up, I'm going to have to put it this way because mine is, just a minute. Let me make this a little bit bigger so you can see. Just go right here to settings. And I did a video on this. I showed this in a video. one of our Congresses a while ago. Playback speed here says normal. If you want the video to go faster, just put it on 1.5. And we'll be talking faster, and you'll get through the video in way less time than 4 hours. So, Justice Willie, you know, you just remedied the things that you were talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I always I'm not pointing out the problem, man. I think I'm kind of wary of highlighting problems. People are very good at highlighting problems. I'm not talking you or anyone in particular, but I'm solution oriented. I'm saying, okay, I hear the problem. Everybody's saying the problem is this, the problem is that. How about where's the solution? You see, in law there has to be remedy.
Yeah.
There has to. If you go to the Biblios, as you always call it, okay, God made a tree and he made the devil and whatnot and he messed up. Okay, he messed up, but did he provide remedy? Yes, there's remedy. There's always remedy in law, remedy in the gospel, remedy in salvation, remedy in sovereignty. It doesn't matter where you go, there's always remedy because problems have solutions.
Well, Justice Willie, think about this, though. Think about this. Let me just say this. Because the problem came to this court. Is it this court's problem that people don't know how to speed the video up? Should we change what we're doing because they don't know how to use the system?
No. We have ignorance of the law is no excuse. And it goes both ways because sometimes it's our ignorance. Today I was teaching my class, I tell them we have remedy, but the problem is when we apply the remedy, the people who are supposed to know what the remedy is, they themselves don't know that it's a remedy, and so they think we're doing fraud. Therefore, you got to go to the upper echelon and say to the man who knows exactly what you're doing, and he knows where to apply the remedy. But if you talk, it depends on who you talk to. If you talk to the low scale, I always call them compartmentalized idiots that are not trained. They're not trained solution. They're talking to the wrong person, just like you're talking to over the phone and you're talking to a little clerk. And then you say, may I speak to your supervisor? Or you're with the police and you say, may I speak, let me get your sergeant. You know, you have to go upper echelon, in other words. So the idea is it's who you talk to.
And for us, for this Congress, this is just a little bit different from that, Justice Willie, in that we don't even ask to speak to the upper echelon of nothing. We just give our commands, but we do it according to the way the system will acknowledge it. We're the chief for police. There's no chief higher than us. We can say, let me speak to your manager or whatever, or the subject, and this is the way we've always said it. Let us speak to the subject in the office of police chief, or let us speak to the subject in the office of whatever, because we know we're that. They're subjects in our office, and that's only because we put them there. And that goes for the processes too. You know, Justice Willie, if people know how to use the system, the reason we know how to use the system is because we wrote it.
If I may,
Islam Empress.
We also need to know the law, right? Because it is for us to erudite the subjects about the law. How are they going to find out if we don't tell them? Like, we got to recognize that we are, you know, as a Moors right now, we're, you know, our energy, our vibration is spreading across the land right now. And we are the ones to put in place the systems, but also put in place the erudition of the law, right? Most do not know what the Constitution is. They don't know that the Constitution governs commerce on the land. We need to be able to speak about that clearly and effectively so the subjects do know how to be lawful in the commerce that they are doing. That is for us to communicate. No, we're not waiting for a subject to confirm that information. We're the ones who need to be able to present that. And so it is our responsibility as the court, as the government, to be able to be erudite on the law.
Yes.
Islam.
And then just tell them the right way, in a competent way. See, when we're competent, we don't even have to throw our nationality around and, oh, you're a subject and I'm not. We don't even have to do that. Send the documentation, and then when you speak, let what you speak in the document match. That's how you do it. That's the key. And that's the legal and the lawful working together too. Your voice is the law. The legal is the document. You and the document saying the same thing. So you see now how and why, and Justice Willie, you made it clear to me why the ancestors said do for, just govern. And if it turns out to be a 4 or 5 hour video, okay, Congress, it's okay that we do a 4 or 5 hour video, because the people have the authority to speed it up, or some of them going to have to slow it down. Because there's a slowdown mechanism there too. So they can speed it up and make it a 2 hour video instead of 4. That's long enough to take a bath and get you something to eat, and you through with the video. Islam. We do it all the time. All the time. With that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom by this amazing Congress? Justice Willie, I told you we were going to love you more after what you said, because you just affirmed for us why the ancestors said, don't worry about the time. Because I tried shortening the Congresses too, and it didn't work.
Well, if you do love me, you have $10 million. I need a GMC Yukon, so please buy me one of that. $200,000, that's all I'm asking, out of the $10 million that they sent you in the bank. I hope you still have it. You haven't spent it.
I'll buy it. Yep.
I need one of those. That's my dream car.
Okay, get your status of your bank accounts and everything right, and you can have it. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
All right. Peace and love.
Love you too, darling.
And that's on the record. Just so you know.
That's on the record. Woohoo!
That's it.
Islam.
Islam Empress, if you could share that link that we looked at earlier, that document, I'd like to look at that and examine it some more.
If you could Google Declaration of Authority and Summons by Donald Trump, it'll come up.
Okay, I just didn't know. Let me look now.
Yeah, Declaration of Authority and Summons by Donald Trump. And it'll come up. And that's for everybody else who might have missed that document. Just Google Declaration of Authority and Summons by Donald Trump. And notice he did put the word of between authority, Declaration of Authority and Summons, which means declaration without authority and summons. Islam. With that being stated, peace and grand rising, and we will adjourn at this time and meet again this coming Sunday. Oh, one last thing. Daylight savings time is coming up November the 2nd. We will not be observing that, so we'll be meeting at, the clocks will say 2, but it'll be 3. Because, see, listen to me, their 3 o'clock will be 4 o'clock for us.
Correct, exactly.
Which would be the actual 3 o'clock.
No. It will be, because if we are the actual, and this is how I'm looking at it, what we do is the actual.
Yes.
And we are not changing anything.
We're not.
So when we meet at the actual 3 o'clock, their clocks will show 2 o'clock. And when their clocks show 3 o'clock, it will be 4 o'clock in the actual, which will be in our meeting. So we will have been meeting now for an hour when their clock says 3 o'clock.
You're right, Empress Shasha. So we will be meeting at 2 on the fake clocks, but it will actually still be 3 because that's why they call it falling back. We're not falling back. We're staying the same.
Right.
We're still doing 3 o'clock our time, or 6 o'clock your, whatever the time is wherever you are.
And
you would do it. It would seem like it's an hour early, but it's not an hour early. It's the same time.
Exactly. And I just looked up clock. It's something I've never actually really looked up. Clock is bell.
Yes.
From the Latin word clocca, meaning bell.
Wow.
And we know that the bells were for healing.
Yes. And liberty.
And liberty and all of the, positivity, which is why they were taken down.
Yeah. Because we did have bells all over the place.
Yes. And that's what bells in churches, bells in town squares, all of it was, when the bells rang, there was a healing vibration that came over the living spaces and the people.
Yes. Until the change happened. And when the change happened, there was this book that was written called For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Yes.
And that book was about the dead, that whenever the bell rang, somebody else died. That was then. This is now. The bell is ringing now for the living.
For the living, the rising.
So that's why we will to stay at 3 o'clock.
It's interesting as you share that. There has been, I heard in something where the imposters were speaking about a certain area, and they were going to be putting the clock in this particular area back to work. Hasn't worked for years, donkey's years, apparently. I'm going to dig more into that. But I'm just hearing that while you're sharing what you're sharing about the bell and the bell tolls, and that one has to stop. But anyway, yes. Very, very interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And then if you really think about it, or I'm thinking about this, what's popping into my head, that the clock is in the clock in itself with the hands and everything else, even though I know these are pretty ancient too and there's science with them, is kind of a replacement.
Yes.
For the bell.
Yeah.
Even though they're the same thing, the word is the same meaning. And anyway, let me not expound too much because I know we are coming to a close. But
we love it, Empress Shasha. Some others may not, but we do. We love it.
I do. I mean, I've got notes here because that's just taken me somewhere. That yeah.
Okay, well, we'll discuss it further at the coming Congress. We have until November 2nd to go ahead and put it into law. And then in the spring, they'll catch up with us.
Now, let me ask a quick question. November 2nd. So Halloween is the 31st of October.
Yes.
November 1st is All Souls Day. Is there something?
Oh, Empress, I'm so glad you said that. Oh, my word. Something popped up on my phone for that time. Okay. It's called November 2nd, Empress. I kid you not, the Day of the Dead. It says it right there on my phone.
That's
the Day of the Dead.
The Day of the Dead. It's called La Dios de los Muertos.
And I didn't see that until after we said we were going to make that, we were not going to fall back.
But look what you just brought up, For Whom the Bell Tolls and the whole... Yes. That's when the clocks change and the clocks...
Yes. And it's fall back.
And it's fall back. which means falls back into the grave, not a bomber ass.
No. We're not doing it. We're not doing it.
I mean, hello. No, ma'am. This is, wow. Nothing happens by accident.
Nothing by accident. And I didn't see that until after we had stated that we were not going to honor fallback time, because we're not falling back. And they'll catch up in the spring.
They'll catch back up. But look at our conversation from here to there,
and government shutdown and all of that.
And all of that.
Quote unquote.
And the bell has been all.
Yes, it's a wrap, Empress. It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
Ding-a-ling-a-ling. It's done. It has told.
Wow. I get excited.
Our ancestors know what they're doing. That's why I trust them 100%.
This, I mean.
100% I trust them. I trust them.
That's the second it was like ringing something in my being. There's something about, and here it is.
It's the Day of the Dead.
Day of the Dead. Many years ago, I was in a musical, actually, Dia de los Muertos. And at the end, it was about the rising. The rising. In fact, I was the character at the end who rose. And then there was the woman who was directing. For some reason, and I know that reason now, all of a sudden she said, no, not you. I know now.
Well, that's why the actor Donald Trump is doing what he's doing so quickly, quote unquote.
Yes.
He's trying to beat that clock.
Too late. It was too late from when congressional, you made the decision, we took the vote and made that choice to not change the clock.
I don't understand why people wouldn't want a 4 or 5 hour Congress. I don't know why. When we get to make all the decisions, I just don't know why. It does not compute.
Not computing.
It does, but it's.
I know.
Ugh.
I know.
You mean we get to make all the decisions and y'all don't even want to volunteer to help?
I mean, look how long we went. Look how long look where we got to. How long we've been into congressional to come to this huge.
And nobody can complain about their state. They don't want to sit and watch a 4-hour video. But when they come and try to scoop up stuff, you'll spend 4 hours or more trying to get it back in one day. I don't. That ain't none of me. So anyway,
you know, it is what it is. It is.
Yeah. With that being stated, peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs, Islam.
Islam,
peace and grand rising.
Love you all.
Peace and love. Thank you.
Islam.
Islam, Empress. Enough love and respect. Gratitude.
Islam, nobility. Thank you.
Welcome, Empress. Love you so much.
Islam, Justice Willie. I just love when you do that at the end, Justice Willie.
Islam.
Woo, that's hilarious. Islam.